call to order the regular meeting of the Board of Commissioners for Stokes County. Let us stand and pray. Precious Heavenly Father, thank you for this county. Thank you for all the people that's turned out that love this county. Watch over, guide them, and give them a safe trip home, and be with the Will Turner family and give them peace. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Pledge allegiance.
I'm sorry. I'm ready to get this thing going.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Before we start, you can see we got a full house and we got some hot subjects on the agenda. Once it's signed up to speak, you'll get to speak, but please do not talk while we're conducting the meeting because we can't hear and it's distracting. And I apologize for you. I thought it was you talking last time. So with that said, I need approval of the agenda.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Now we'll go straight to public comments.
Chris Dearman.
She read what she normally reads before public comments that tells people.
I can, just as a
Yeah, do
refresher.
that. Just we got so many new ones.
Each,
You can stand there. You're fine. She's just going to give you the ground rules.
each speaker shall be allowed 4 minutes for public comments with the option to yield time to another speaker or add an optional minute depending on the number of speakers that have signed up while abiding by the 30-minute time limit. All speakers shall maintain good decorum and show respect and good manners. Vulgar language, profanity, inappropriate gestures, insults, personal attacks, accusations, and inflammatory language is prohibited. The chair of the board shall enforce these rules, and anyone not complying with the rules shall not be allowed to continue. At their discretion, members of the BOCC may address all items for public comments portion of the meeting during their commissioner comment period.
Okay.
Greetings, Commissioners, Mr. Sanborn, Ms. Brown. Thank you for allowing me to speak with you tonight. My name is Chris Dearman, and I've been a resident of Stokes County for 18 years. I probably don't have to remind you that it's budget time, and I'm here tonight to ask you to approve the operating budget request for the Northwest Regional Library. There are 3 public libraries in Stokes County: Danbury, King, and Walnut Cove. I'm sure you know all about that libraries are important social and cultural hubs for rural counties like Stokes, but tonight I want to remind you of their economic impact. Our public libraries are centers for entrepreneurship and workforce development. Their collaboration with Forsyth Tech's Job Labs provides one-on-one assistance with resume building, job search and application, while helping job seekers file for unemployment. The library's free internet provides access points for job searching and professional networking. Stokes County entrepreneurs can allocate their startup funds more efficiently by using the computers, printers, scanners, and fax machines offered at our public libraries instead of purchasing their own. Our public libraries help Stokes County residents improve their financial literacy, which can lead to increased savings and maximizing their personal net worth. A great example of that is Money Smart Week, which starts tomorrow. Money Smart Week is an ongoing collaboration with the Federal Reserve Bank and the American Library Association. Programming for Money Smart Week provides Stokes County residents with resources for basic budgeting, managing student debt, retirement planning, home purchasing, saving money through couponing, and preventing identity theft. Our public libraries also offer free seeds in their seed libraries, enabling Stokes County residents to save money, get some exercise, grow their own food, and connect with our county's agricultural roots. Stokes County residents are tired of paying for streaming services like Netflix and Hulu. Many are opting to, quote, flip to free. They're stopping their streaming subscriptions and choosing instead to use free library services like Hoopla to stream their own favorite shows. A convenient and unique service, the Bookmobile, is alive and well, providing Stokes County residents with convenient access to books wherever they may live in the county. Every mile the Bookmobile drives is a mile a Stokes County resident doesn't have to, creating a personal savings in gas and vehicle maintenance costs. Public libraries save money for Stokes County residents. This increases their purchasing power for local goods and services. When patrons visit the library, they're more likely to visit nearby businesses, an effect economists call halo spending. Research shows that the halo spending from library visits results in a 23% increase in consumer spending. So you might be wondering if anyone actually visits our libraries, and they absolutely do. In the last year, our 3 libraries have added 1,239 new library cards. In March of 2025, they logged 5,487 library visitors. Shout out to Danbury, who showed an impressive 20% increase over March 2024. Every cardholder, every visit, brings with it the power of halo spending, benefiting area restaurants, businesses, retail, and services. Public libraries are economic engines. They will consistently generate a strong return on your investment. Research shows that for every dollar invested in public libraries, between 2 and 10 are returned. If you're looking for proven, evidence-based strategies for economic development in Stokes County, you can't go wrong with libraries. I urge you to fully fund the Northwest Regional Library's budget request. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sandra Robinson.
Greetings, and thank you for putting me on the list to speak. Can everyone hear me? Okay. Okay. Is that better?
Yes.
Okay. I'm here as a representative of the Stokes County Animal Control Advisory Board. I'm the chair of that board. The Stokes County Animal Control Advisory Board, hereafter referred to as the board, was formed by the Stokes County Board of Commissioners in 2008. Over the years, the board worked to improve the lives of animals in Stokes County. This work included raising money to add a carport and outdoor kennels to the Stokes County Animal Shelter. It also included fundraising to build an adoption center to save the lives of as many animals as possible that through no fault of their own find themselves at a county shelter in Stokes County. That fundraising effort was so successful that a board dedicated to the development of Friends of Stokes Shelter, or FOSS, was born out of the board specifically to establish Friends of Stokes Shelter. This adoption center has rescued between 3,000 and 4,000 animals from the Stokes County Animal Shelter in the 5 years they've been operational. Included in improving the lives of animals, especially domesticated animals in Stokes County, was the refinement of the Animal Control Ordinance. Since the board was created, the ordinance was enhanced 7 times. Each time the board worked with the Animal Control Director and the county attorneys before bringing the requested change to the Stokes County Board of Commissioners. In 2023, the Stokes County Board of Commissioners dissolved the board and requested that those interested apply for an appointment to the board. At the time, the temperature in the county around the board and animal control was pretty hot, but I applied anyway. I was appointed to the board at that time and have been the chair since October of 2023. The current director of animal control, Tommy Reeves, was hired in December of 23, and I was on the panel for his interview. Tommy is a non-voting member of the board and has only missed 1 meeting since October of 23. At board meetings, public comments were allowed to give public attendees a voice to have a productive dialogue, to generate ideas and projects that the board and community could work on to improve the lives of animals in Stokes County. Comments were limited to 3 minutes per commenter, and a max of 5 commenters or 15 minutes of the meetings were allowed for comments. One commenter in particular continued to overstep that boundary, be disruptive, and at times combative, and as chair I should have managed that better. Lesson learned. In the 18 months I have been on the board, I have visited the shelter many times, most of them unannounced, and I've had numerous short and longer conversations with Tommy about animal control in Stokes County. In that spirit, I have to say I was surprised when Tommy presented an animal control ordinance, revised in format and spirit, at the March 24th, 2025 Board of Commissioners meeting. I'm very clear that Tommy does not have a reporting relationship to the board or to me. However, out of professional courtesy and based on the past history between the board and ordinance revisions, I would have thought at the least I and or the board would have been given an opportunity to discuss the revisions that had been ongoing for a few months before they were presented to be approved by the Board of Commissioners. I had a long phone conversation with Tommy regarding this on March 24th, and he did apologize. I also visited him at the shelter later that week for an in-person conversation. The board had a meeting last Monday, April 7th. This meeting had been on the public calendar since December. At this meeting, although the public was welcome to attend, I did not allow comments since we as a board had a lot to discuss on the revisions. This discussion was less efficient than it could have been due to the change in structure and format of the ordinance. Between the current and proposed ordinances, there are about 60 pages to review. While the discussion was lively at times, there are still some unresolved issues. My request to you tonight is to allow the board and animal control to work together on these remaining issues, and that you delay voting on the new ordinance until July of 2025, so any intervening changes would have time to be discussed and reviewed by legal. Thank you. And I do have this is a partial list of changes between the two. I have copies.
Rebecca Sullivan.
Thank you. Good.
Well,
I'm a long-time devotee to this county and a big-time taxpayer. If you have 83 acres, you're in trouble. You're going to make some taxes. So I'm here. I got triggered about the schools, and I realized that some of those elementary schools have gone now. And I did some digging, and my sister sent me this article because she's an educator, and she said overwhelming evidence is that small schools are better. Students do better. Their performance is better. The parents like it better. The community likes it better if there's a small school available to the kids. Another thing is this article covers like real estate. It actually hurts your real estate values if the schools move too far away. And I brought this cover. This is the Angelou Economic Study, and I know that it's getting pretty old, but I read through it. And if you want a copy, I can find you one happy to email it. And in this study, on page 6, I believe, it said that the top priority for Stokes would be ensure that K through 12 education is as strong as possible. So I really regret that we've come to this, that we're busing the kids, and that these small schools that were so precious to our communities have started to close, and who knows what's going to happen after that. So I think we should consider joining forces. I know this is not the only county where this is happening. I think the folks in Raleigh need to rethink it, and they need to start planning for us to have better performance among our students, and that can only come with small schools. And some suggestions that I have are consider having one principal serve more than one school. And I know churches can do that. I also know that churches that lose all their children out of the community, which is what's going to happen, those churches will fail. And I don't want our small remote communities to fail, because when the grid goes down and the riots start, we're going to wish that we had kept those small communities open, producing food, taking care of their own, and doing all those things. So I think we need to get real creative. We need to come up with ways to support our schools. And this weekend in Roanoke, Virginia, they're having a big mountain bike race. And I'm not sure what that's all about, but there's also Mural Fest that goes on in Wilkes County, and they raise tons of money. And I don't see why we can't do something to help our schools and stop this trend that's going to I mean, we just can't bust these kids like vegetables down to a processing plant. This is crazy. So anyway, I can't cover all this in 4 minutes, so I did come up with this other idea, and hang on, okay, because this is, you probably never heard this one before, but I think the name of the county sets us back. Stokes County, to me, doesn't sound like a very fun place to visit. If I were a stranger, never heard it before, I would think of industry or, I don't know, hard work, something. And so I was looking on the Stokes County Economic Development site, and on the bottom of the 4th paragraph, which is the last page that I gave you, there's reference to a guy named Donna Paha, and he was the Sora chief that the river was named after. And I think we need to go there. And does that mean I'm finished?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. You can change the name of the county. And I think it would be really fun to have live in Donna Paha.
Thank you.
Ellen Perrick.
Thank you. I'd like to yield my time to Shannon Schaefer.
Okay. Shannon Shaver.
Good evening. Can you hear me? Okay. My name is Shannon Shaver, and I'm here to speak in reference to the proposed animal control ordinances and the Animal Control Advisory Board bylaws presented at the last meeting. You're presented with a complete rewrite of the current ordinance. There was no red line or highlighted copy, so the general public could not compare this to the existing ordinance easily. I do notice and appreciate that on this meeting agenda, the changes that were discussed at the Animal Control Advisory Board meeting on April the 7th are in red on the new version of the proposed ordinance. Those include putting the shade, suitable bedding, and adequate shelter provisions back into the ordinance that should not have been removed in the first place. This was, however, the first time the Animal Control Advisory Board had a chance to weigh in on this proposed ordinance, since we were not included in this rewrite. As a member of the Animal Control Advisory Board, I have personally requested that we discuss and review the existing ordinances to strengthen and clarify them at multiple meetings. I never dreamed anyone would remove so many crucial parts of the existing ordinance. The presentation at your meeting was brief by Director Reeves, who stated the ordinance was pretty much self-explanatory. It was also stated that this was pretty much taken from Surry County. The Mount Airy and the city of Elkin also follow. While much of this ordinance follows the Surry County one, there are some changes made by Director Reeves, such as the Surry County has a 15-foot tether requirement, and the proposed ordinance takes our existing one down from 10 feet to 7 feet. The city of Elkin also has a tethering ban. There's a new addition in Section 3 of the proposed ordinance, which is authority to tranquilize or destroy, that states an ACO may, when attempting to impound an animal that the owner is not known, which cannot otherwise be captured for impoundment, tranquilize said animal. If attempts to tranquilize the animal are unsuccessful and all other reasonable efforts at impoundment have failed, the ACO may destroy the animal. I believe this opens up the county to some liability. I spoke about that at the Animal Control Advisory Board meeting with Director Reeves, and he stated specifics about it would be that it would be at the officer's discretion after other attempts had been made. Also, the new proposed ordinance does not include inspections for breeding kennels. I'm not sure why you take a working document that has been amended several times and pretty much discard it and write a new one. Every time the ordinance has been amended in the past, there was a copy that provided highlighted changes. It was reviewed by legal as well and approved by the Board of County Commissioners. So I'm unsure why all of a sudden the ordinance is not enforceable. Director Reeves stated in the meeting, when asked by Commissioner Barneycastle why this was not discussed with the Animal Control Advisory Board. His statement to Commissioner Barneycastle was that he gave it to the Assistant County Manager, the County Manager, and the County Attorney's Office. While I understand the chain of command completely, I do wonder what experience all of those individuals have in animal welfare. If you remember, and I confirm this in your meeting minutes, there was an ordinance revision request regarding tethering presented February 13th of 2023 for the first time. It was moved to the February 27th meeting of that year for further discussion. From there, it was moved to March 13th, April 10th, April 24th, where it was finally decided that a vote would be taken on May the 8th. However, on April 24th, the board decided to form a committee
to include Assistant County Manager Amber Brown, a commissioner, and some others to be determined. And that is where that ended as far as I'm aware, until this was brought to your last meeting for the revisions that we're looking at now. Many of these changes move us backwards, in my opinion. I do understand the need for some changes as far as streamlining the process of issuing a citation and decreasing the number of times they go out before issuing a citation. I understand some changes need to be made to the dangerous dog portion of the ordinance. What I do not understand and do not agree with is taking away or decreasing basic animal welfare provisions. We have a serious problem in Stokes County with animals not being properly cared for and overpopulation. We need to be part of the solution and not part of the problem. Spay and neuter is so important, and until we are more proactive about that, we will continue to see unwanted animals end up at the shelter. I have heard every present and past commissioner state that one of their primary goals is to move Stokes County forward. I believe this is the opposite of moving forward. We have many citizens in Stokes County who are invested in being sure animals are properly cared for, and whether we like it or not, Stokes County is growing, and why not be progressive in the way we treat our animals, rather than changing our ordinances to match ones that have not been updated in almost a decade. Our shelter has certainly had its ups and downs over the years. I want to see our shelter improve and not go back in time. I'm sure most in this room remember a time when our shelter was not a place to be proud of. Back in 2015, when our shelter the state came in and charged our shelter with inhumane practices and improper euthanasia. And I'm sure that Commissioner Morris probably remembers that really well because he was the county manager at that time. There was a lot going on. So we do not need to move backwards at the shelter with our ordinances. We need to work to make the shelter a place to be proud of, and these proposed ordinances do the opposite of that. In response to Director Reeves' comments about the Animal Control Advisory Board not working, saying we meet several times a year and nothing gets accomplished. First, we do not meet several times a year. We meet quarterly, as the bylaws state. We met once in 2023 after the new board was formed. We met 4 times in 2024, and we have met twice in 2025 with 2 more meetings scheduled before the end of the year. So that statement was just incorrect. As stated earlier, I personally requested that we review to discuss strengthening ordinances. We offered solutions as a board for some mobile spay and neuter options. Candace Lloyd with Spay Stokes stated in a meeting that her requests for spay and neuter appointments have become non-existent through the shelter recommendations. She gave the information of a mobile unit that she organized with to come to Stokes recently to the director. At a recent meeting, the director was unable to attend. An officer came in his place that stated he didn't know what Spay Stokes was, which is probably the reason for the decrease if no one knows what it is. We also discussed Humane Solution as an option to offer the citizens of Stokes County for spay and neuter, as they participate with several vets and some low-cost programs. I have requested to know if the shelter is following up on animals adopted from the shelter being spayed and neutered, and was told not really, since they don't really have much time, which I understand. It is very busy at the shelter. We offered to maybe find a volunteer or help do that for those follow-ups, but Director Reeves stated that could not be done by a volunteer. If you've never spent any time at the shelter volunteering and not just walking around to look at it, you really should. It is eye-opening to see what goes on in an average day in the Stokes County shelter. I know when Commissioner Chandler came on this board, it was very important to him that the county was following processes and procedures. I am sure he still does, as well all the rest of you feel that same way. Commissioner Cox mentioned at the last meeting there needs to be checks and balances. This type of complete overall change of so many things is skipping lots of steps. And that being said, I believe all of you will do the right thing and put this on hold and let the Animal Control Advisory Board at least have more than one meeting to have input on this. Thank you.
Kathleen Edwards.
Good evening, everybody. I'd like to say that I believe the reason Mr. Reeves sidestepped the Animal Control Advisory Board is that he knows that the changes he proposes are unacceptable. They're unacceptable to the board that has historically advised his department, and they're unacceptable to the citizens of Stokes County. It is fine to look around at counties doing things a better way and to borrow from their successes. But Mr. Reeves forgot to include Surrey County's tethering ban. Shannon stated Elkin has one. It's actually stated in Elkin's ordinance, but Surrey has a tethering ban. You have to apply for an exemption if you want to tether a dog. And the tether has to be inspected by animal control. And so I just want that to be clear that Surrey does have a tethering ban, but he left that out when he tossed our ordinance out the window. He forgot to include Surrey's tethering ban when he hastily cut and pasted together portions of their ordinance that benefit only him. He isn't offering changes that benefit the animals who are forced to live outdoors. He is proposing changes that will make it easier for people to neglect dogs who are chained and penned. The language he is proposing is insufficient and doesn't address the concerns of your constituents. Your constituents want to keep the provision that a puppy under 6 months of age may not be tied up outside without relief. We want to keep the provision that feces be removed from any dog enclosure on a daily basis. There is nothing unreasonable about that. We don't want dogs living outdoors with nothing but a plastic barrel for shelter. Plastic barrels prevent dogs from laying down naturally. They cause pressure sores. They are hotter than ambient air in summer, and in winter the plastic steals body heat from an already freezing dog. In fall and winter, plastic barrels promote condensation, which runs down the interior walls and pools under bedding, causing mold and rot. We want to keep the language that dogs must not be chained outdoors in tornadoes, hurricanes, driving rain, and extreme temperatures. We have a good ordinance. We want to keep the enclosure size minimums that were enacted into law 4 years ago. Mr. Reeves is fond of saying that a dog on a 7-foot chain has more square footage than a dog in a 10 by 10 cage. He fails to subtract the square footage required by the dog house to which the dog must have access. And he fails to understand that a dog house and a water bucket reduce by a pie-shaped wedge the square footage accessible to the chained dog. The truth is that 7 feet is an inadequate length of tether for any chained dog. Our ordinance provides that dogs over 50 pounds must have at least 200 square feet of enclosure. Dogs who are chained should have at least as much space to move around as dogs maintained in enclosures. It is imperative that we keep the ordinance provision for minimum enclosure sizes, because without this provision, people will, and people have, put dogs in crates outside and force them to remain confined for weeks, which is unacceptable. Sadly, we have to have a law to prevent such abuse. What we want as a community is to promote humane care and treatment of all dogs who are forced to live on chains. Mr. Reeves' proposed language does not promote humane care and treatment. In fact, his proposed language eliminates nearly every animal welfare provision that we as a community have developed together and adopted as law. Chairman Wood, may I finish my remarks?
Well, if we didn't have 800 people wanting to talk, yes, but no.
This is the most important part.
Yeah.
Okay. The Stokes County Animal Control Ordinance is a body of law that we've gradually and steadily improved for the past 50 years. The ordinance in its current form represents a body of effort, a body of law, and a body of thought about the way we as a community want animals in our county to be treated. Instead of pandering to the desires of a very specific small group of hobbyists who are known for their substandard treatment of animals, you should be taking actions that reflect the values of the majority of people who live in Stokes County. And this is 1,000 signatures of people who asked you to get dogs off chains. And Commissioner Morris, your wife Kathleen signed our petition. And you ignored her, you ignored former Mayor of King Jack Warren, and you ignored the veterinarians. Okay, thank you for listening.
Mary Burton? Yes.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak. A lot of the points I was going to speak on regarding the animal control ordinance revisions already been touched on, so I'll keep this really brief. I did want to speak briefly on an experience I had with animal control back in January of 24, in which I had contacted animal control and actually spoke directly to Director Reeves regarding an animal that was tethered outdoors in a falling apart doghouse in below freezing weather. Director Reeves, and I quote, had told me over the phone that we do not have an ordinance against tethering in inclement or below freezing weather. We actually do. We've had it on the books since, I believe, 2019 under Article 5 tethering, Section 26, and it specifically mentions, prohibition against tethering in below freezing weather. I chalked it up to him having just been appointed to that position just a few months before, not experienced in the position, probably not very familiar with our county's ordinances. And I figured, over time he'd learn them better, be able to enforce them better. I was a little bit shocked when I saw the initial draft of ordinances that he is proposing, or like the extreme revision of them, which basically takes our okay ordinances and strips them down to below bare minimums. What I'm asking you guys is to, as the Animal Control Advisory Board Chair has requested, allow them more time to work with the Animal Control Director in revising and rewording these, stripping them down to the initially proposed revision that he had suggested is literally promoting animal cruelty. We as a county do not want to head in that direction. Stokes County is developing, Stokes County is growing. A lot of great things are happening here. A lot of people are wanting to move here because, it's a good community and there's a lot to offer here. We do not want to go back decades in things like animal control ordinances or any of our ordinances and make this place a, even less favorable place to live. You want to progress forward, you don't want to go back in time. And the other thing is, again, I would like for you to encourage the Animal Control Director to, one, become more familiar with the county's ordinances and his job in enforcing those. I understand he has discretion, but to literally tell someone in the public that, we don't have an ordinance against something when we in fact do, it's a little bit appalling. It's not inspiring of confidence. And then also I encourage you to, instead of voting on this today, give Director Reeves and the Animal Control Advisory Board more time to look over these, to revise them, and to create new ordinances that are better for the animals of this county, better for the people of this county. That's really it, because I don't want to be redundant and kind of repeat everything everyone has said. I'm happy that everybody basically touched on the other points I wanted to present, and thank you for this time.
Thank you.
Joanne Sylvia.
Hi, thank you for your time. The proposed changes to the Animal Control Ordinance are not amendments. The changes constitute an extensive revision of the current ordinance. As one of the commissioners accurately stated at the last meeting, the proposal is a lot in a very short time. It would be a mistake to discard the current ordinance, like dissolving the current Animal Control Advisory Board. It would be a drastic move, like throwing out the baby with the bathwater. The established way to propose changes is to strike through or redline proposed deletions, highlight proposed additions on the existing document. This is done for transparency and clarity, which should be goals of every public servant, but which were ignored in this proposal. Director Reeves shared that he took much of the proposed revision from the Surrey County Animal Control and Welfare Ordinance. Surrey County reports weekly numbers of intakes, euthanized, and adopted animals on its Facebook page. If you want to copy something, copy that. And copy their tethering regulations. Or copy Walnut Cove's policy allowing tethering for just 1 hour out of 24. Unfortunately, the revision in question provides nothing like that. In fact, the proposed revision weakens the current protections for dogs. Under the proposed revision, a dog of any size or any age could be tethered outside continuously in freezing or other severe weather. Under the proposed revision, an 8-week-old puppy could be tied up outside in 10-degree weather all night, every night. Under the proposed revision, a dog could live his entire life on a 7-foot chain, shortened from the current 10-foot minimum in the proposal. The proposed revision removes specific protections for dogs or makes them vague and open to anyone's interpretation. We need to keep the specific protections, including details on adequate shelter, dry bedding, shade, and daily removal of feces, as well as specific age and temperature protections for pets living outside. The American Veterinary Medical Association states, like people, cats and dogs are susceptible to frostbite and hypothermia and generally should be kept inside. No pet should be left outside for long periods below freezing weather. That's the American Veterinary Medical Association. If Stokes County allows dogs to be tethered or confined outside in freezing weather, then it is absolutely crucial that protections be as clear as possible. Protections for domestic animals should be made stronger, not weaker. I mentioned Surrey County and Walnut Cove's laws providing more humane care. They are moving forward in animal welfare. I urge the board not to move backwards with the proposal in question. Please take your time in reviewing the proposed changes. Since the proposal was not made following the established procedure, I urge you to require a comparative list of all the changes being proposed and have those changes reviewed by a licensed veterinarian. In view of all that's at stake, a public hearing needs to be considered. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Annette McCleary.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you. I can't go into the logistics of all the rules and regulations that I've heard tonight. I can only tell you my personal experience of the neighbors' dogs being tethered, seeing a line dragged down my driveway, which was the pin that was supposed to be holding the chain. Those dogs came down a 1,000-foot gravel driveway to go to my creek to get water. No dog should be tethered. No dog should be left outside without care. No dog should be left outside 24/7. You hear them come and go, driving in and out. The dogs are barking. They want attention. They want care. Nobody cares for them, yet they have multiple dogs. There has to be ordinances to protect the animals, not just ordinances to protect somebody's name and a director. And I'm going to change the rules and make a record for myself. Please, think about the animals first. Would you stay outside 24/7 in your own feces, barefoot, with no bedding, with no shelter? I don't think so. Please think of their care.
Angie Gamble.
I don't have anything written, so this should be really short. I agree with what everyone else is saying. We're going backwards, not forwards. Some of these rules decrease the current tether, 10 to 7. It's like he took each rule from each county and chose the worst alternative. Not the best, the worst. I know he has a hobbyist and has hunting dogs. The dogs shouldn't have to suffer. No animal should have to suffer. Remove the doghouse bedding requirement? Come on, how long does that take? How much money does that take to do? Remove shade requirement? Really? These animals have fur. Sorry, it's hard for me to stay still because I'm not real happy. These animals have fur. They don't need to be in the hot sun. They need shade. To be outside 24/7 in the sun, chained to a tree or whatever you're chained to, 7 feet, it's cruel. It's wrong. Cleaning up the feces. Come on, how long does that take? How much time of your day does that take? We spend more time scrolling our phones. I just think it's ridiculous. It's going backwards. It's to suit Tommy Reeves' interests, not the public's. And this needs to at least be put on hold, at the very least. Since Tommy Reeves has become director, the shelter has gotten worse and worse and worse. It's time to change things and it not be Tommy Reeves' way. Thank you.
Katie Tedder.
Hello, Katie Tedder I'm from Quaker Gap, and I am a 3-time dog adopter from our shelter, and they have given me years of unconditional love, support, and protection. But that's not why I'm here to talk to y'all tonight. I wear many hats to help our beautiful county, but tonight I'm here wearing my Habitat for Humanity hat and shirt here this evening. I'm also here with our executive director, Mindy Alexandra, who many of you might have heard she was recently awarded the Business Leader of the Year at the King Chamber annual dinner this year. And as the vice chairperson for Habitat, I'm very proud of her. And under her leadership, we currently have, for the very first time ever, we have 10 building lots now in Stokes County. We have 5 in Walnut Cove and 5 right outside of King. And we've also purchased and sold our first home that is going to be part of our new repair program. But we couldn't do what we do without the help of our community. And I'm here to tell y'all about our annual Bricks and Sticks golf tournament, and it will be held at Hemlock Golf Course in Walnut Cove on May 16th with a Captain's Choice tea time at 1 o'clock. We are currently recruiting for teams and sponsorships. We have flyers here this evening if anybody would like to do that. Get one from me. We also invite you to stop by the Restore to pick up an application while you're shopping at the Restore, and that's also open to any of our virtual listeners. We'd love to have y'all come by there. I'd like to thank Chairman Wood for always sponsoring our high school teams that play at the tournament, Commissioner Morris for always playing in the tournament, Commissioner Cox for always being one of our sponsors. We really appreciate all that y'all do. And so we hope to have some continued support from our community to make this another successful event. And I also want to tell you that I look forward to coming back to you to speak in the near future on a project that Chief Barney Castle's aware of and helping me with. So thank you for your time this evening. Thank you.
Thank you.
Donna Lawrence.
Good evening, and thank you for allowing me to be here tonight. My name is Donna Lawrence, and I grew up and lived here in Pine Hall, and a long-time resident of Stokes County, but I don't live here anymore. But I'm passionate about Stokes County. I love Stokes County, but I'm not in love with the things that I'm hearing right now when it comes to animal welfare. How many of you are familiar with Susie's Law? Any of you guys? How about out here? All the animal rights people out here. These people, as well as I, we are so passionate and love animals, and we have worked our butts off to get ordinances changed, laws changed. I was one of the founders of Susie's Law. I rallied the whole state of North Carolina to make a change for animals. We changed a Class I misdemeanor to a Class H felony to protect our animals, which means they should not have any neglect. They should have proper shelter, water, and we did a whole lot to make this happen. And this is a slap in the face to me to go backwards from the county that I am from. It's embarrassing to be really. I mean, we should be moving forward, not backwards. I know Guilford County, Forsyth County, and a lot of these have unchained ordinances to stop tethering. And I'm telling you now, tethering makes animals aggressive. I know, I have experienced it. I was attacked 10 years ago by a dog that was on a chain. The people made it aggressive. It never got off that chain. It lived its whole life in a little area. And I don't blame the dog. I blame the people. They made that dog aggressive, and I was almost killed. It almost cost me my life because I love animals and tried to help it when they moved off and left it. So when you got these ordinances in place like this, you're giving these people permission to neglect these animals. They already neglect them. I know. I have rescued thousands of animals since 2010. I started a Susie's Hope nonprofit rescue. I have even rescued
a lot of animals from your shelter, and I know what goes on at the shelter. I hear it, and I know that I really hate what's going on at the shelter right now. It's sad for these animals, and I've taken pregnant mamas out of your shelter and found them homes. And I personally, as long as a lot of these people out here too, we have seen abuse. I know what it looks like. I've seen dogs with their necks torn all to pieces from a chain. Do you know how that would probably feel? I rescued them starved to death. It cost me $18,000 for a dog that was starved to death, and it still died. But I raised the money to help that dog. That's how passionate I am. And I want to see these animals protected. It's ridiculous to go backwards. You can do better than this. I know Stokes County is a good county, and I respect all of these people, and I love this county. But I do not want to see it move backwards. Susie's Law was put in place for a reason. We need to use it, and we need to go forward. To me, an animal shouldn't even be on a chain. And I have 13 dogs at home. My 13 dogs live inside. I wouldn't even think about putting them on a chain. They sleep with me. They're all over my house, and I clean up feces every day. So if I can clean up after 13 dogs, these people can clean up after one. It's laziness and it's irresponsibility not to take care of your pet. And we, as a public, are not going to stand for this. We want to see changes going in the right direction, not backwards. Thank you.
Django Burgess.
Hello, board. My name is Django Burgess. I live right here on Main Street in Danbury, and I'm almost 20, which makes me a taxpayer and a voter of this county. I am absolutely embarrassed that this is even being proposed. For 17 years, throughout my life, I have assisted in the rescuing of and rehoming of over 4,000 animals. And this has been tireless and payless. It's something that we do out of empathy and out of compassion, something that feels like common sense to the people that are part of this group with the Stokes County Humane Society. It's sickening to think that these proposals are being made, because to me, I think that the laws in this county are already far, far, far too loose to allow people to do what they want with their animals. I believe that owning a dog is absolutely something that you earn, is not a right. It's something that you earn by not being lazy, by caring and having compassion, and these proposals only benefit people that do not have those qualities. I'm trying not to say anything about any specific people and keep it more generally about what the animals will be experiencing, but I don't have anything written down either. There's lots of things on here that diminish the already very, very small rules that we have in place for people keeping animals. I believe that animals should not be tethered outside at all. I believe that if you own an animal, that dog should either live inside with you, you should take it outside, take it on walks and make sure it gets adequate attention, or the animal should live in a fenced-in yard with much more than enough shelter to just turn around in. I've seen in our work rescuing animals in this county so much absolutely terrible abuse, and to truly just tie a dog up outside, especially in weather like we have in North Carolina, very cold winters, very wet winters, and extremely hot summers, dry summers, and humid one week. It could be freezing in the morning and it could be blazing 80 degrees during the day. It is a death sentence to hundreds of animals to put these proposals through. Absolutely, it's a death sentence. Hundreds of animals will die this summer from heat stroke if they do not have these permissions. Because already countless animals die. I hear about all of them, the animals that die every year from just being left out in the weather. And lots of cases of people leaving their dogs outside while they go on vacation or this and that. It not only is a death, if you don't at least see it as an animal dying and care about that, then it reflects extremely poorly on our county to drive through and see animals tied up to trees everywhere you go and have dirt-filled yards. It looks disgusting. And I have been very happy over the past 15 years to slowly see that less and less and less, and see dogs in fenced-in yards and things like that. But it's been a perilous fight, and it has constantly felt like one step forward and two steps back. Every time there's a new director of the animal shelter, something happens and we think it's going to be better, and it just gets worse because of personal interest and because of absolute sheer laziness. And if someone who is lazy shouldn't be in a position to even own an animal, then they definitely shouldn't be in a position to be looking after and caring for the amount of animals that Director Reeves is looking after. So I yield my time. Thank you.
Kimberly Rich.
Hello. I'm not going to re-say everything that everybody else has said because I agree with all of them. But when I first read the proposed changes, it appalled me. To me, it sounded like, I know as a matter of fact, that you have trouble hiring the people, the officers, to work animal control. You don't pay them enough to keep them. Nobody wants to do that job because they still need to feed their family. But you've got to come up with some solution to help fix that. The rules that we have now always have room for improvement, always. But you've got to combine those things. You've got to get a person in there, the director in there, who cares about the animals, who cares about where they're staying and how they're being cared for or not, to make improvements. But you need to also focus on hiring the officers who can go out and make those calls when people like me call up and say, there's an animal out here that is pitiful looking, hasn't had any food or water, or what the scenario is. So you need to address that as well. This is not, it just sounds like to me that this director is saying, if we get rid of these rules that we have now, I don't have to worry about having people work. I won't have any officers because we won't be taking any calls. So you need to address that. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sonia Hart. Tanya, sorry.
I neither one read them. I did not write anything because my patriots have already said more than enough, and I know that you know how we feel. I know that you'll make the right decision. We need a director who cares. I'm not saying he doesn't care. I'm saying he does not represent the people of Stokes County's interests. To not even consult with the rest of his constituents that he deals with in the animal advocacy group was appalling. And I'm constantly seeing things, just as you ride around through Stokes County, you can just ride around yourself and find it. It's everywhere. You don't have to look for it. On a personal note, I have a grandson with 2 big dogs. I told him myself I would arrest him myself and bring him to jail if I caught them dogs tied out. And he only puts his dogs out on a leash now for 1 hour a day after he comes home from work. And he walks his dogs. And he cares for those dogs. And now he's got a girlfriend, and they still care for those dogs. And they don't make jack crap when it comes to money. But they still take care of their animals because they know who they're dealing with. You don't let people go around and just feed the cat. Oh, well, I gotta go somewhere and I'll feed it tomorrow. That's ridiculous. This county can do better than that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Debbie Craig.
She wants to yield her time.
Amy Jenkins.
Thank you for your time. As someone who has witnessed what can happen when a dog is tethered and gets wrapped up in its leash and it's all the way in the sunshine in a North Carolina summer of about 95 degrees, thankfully I pulled over, called 911 because I didn't know what to do, and an officer came, whatever, the dog died. Had it not been tethered,
regardless of whatever, it would be alive. It literally laid there and baked in the sun. I cannot understand how anybody in their right mind could go backwards. I don't know why you would even have a dog if you have to have it outside. In my opinion, whatever. But if they are, why? Why do they have to be chained up? I just need an answer for that. But I'm telling you that whatever proposal is ridiculous. And as someone that has helped a little bit here and there to even just get something like false built, it is disgusting. This shelter is a disgrace. I have lived in Stokes County my whole life and I'm proud of it. But that is one thing I will never be proud of, and I pray and hope that y'all can have a little compassion for animals who cannot do anything for themselves. Nothing. We are the ones that can spay and neuter them. Stokes County is ridiculously overpopulated. Thank you.
Brian Gamble.
Good evening. Thank you for your time. I just wanted to begin with just reminding us what dogs are. Dogs are probably, if anything else, they are uniquely human creation. We brought dogs into our lives by bringing wolf pups and domesticating the dog. And what did we ask for the dog? We asked for the dog to protect us at night, to alert us when somebody came too close to our camp. We asked the dog to help us hunt, help us travel safely. We asked the dog to help us find our lost ones, search and rescue. We asked our dogs to help protect us, our police, our military. And the dog has come back and surpassed every expectation that we had. They are used for therapy. These animals that have done nothing but give to us when we ask. They say that dog is man's best friend, and that I truly believe. The only thing that I ask is that we reciprocate. That citizens of Stokes County, the board, that we become dog's best friend. Thank you very much for your time.
That concludes our public comment period.
Can I speak since somebody yelled at their time? I didn't get a chance to sign up. It doesn't have to do with animal control.
What's one more?
I'm Leah Batista. I wanted to speak about the first discussion topic. I'm not necessarily against nuclear power, but with nuclear power comes higher risk to the surrounding population, both in the short term and the long term. And as a county that's pursuing a possible SMR nuclear plant, we need to ensure that our zoning ordinance laws for sites that will be zoned for nuclear power generation are robust and well thought out. Adding the word nuclear to the current M1CZ zoning definition is not in the best interest of the Stokes County residents. There needs to be a completely separate nuclear zoning ordinance that regulates the location and operation of nuclear facilities and radioactive waste disposal sites. County zoning ordinances typically have specific regulations regarding nuclear power plants, often including site selection criteria, buffer zones, and emergency planning requirements. These ordinances aim to balance the potential benefits of nuclear power with safety concerns and environmental protection. Having more specific zoning requirements for nuclear power generation can and should include the following things. One, infrastructure requirements mandating specific infrastructure for emergency services, including communication networks for emergency broadcasts, sirens, and evacuation routes. Permitting requirements or zoning ordinances typically require permits for construction and operation, but it would be important to include environmental review and safety assessments. Operational regulations covering all aspects like waste storage, air and quality standards, and security protocols. And monitoring and reporting of environmental conditions and regular reporting on plant operations. County zoning ordinances play a crucial role in regulating the development and operation of nuclear power plants, ensuring they are sited and operated in a way that minimizes the risk to the public and the environment. Amending the current M1CZ category to include nuclear does not do enough to protect the local population. Having a more stringent zoning category specific to nuclear power generation adds to the checks and balances put in place to ensure accountability as it pertains to the safety of the residents of Stokes County. Thank you.
Thank you. We're good? No, we got to move on. If you didn't sign up, I'm sorry.
I'm wondering if are there more people signed up about the solar farm?
Well, that's going to be
It's on the public hearing.
Okay.
the public
I
hearing
think that's
part.
what they didn't understand.
Yes.
Yeah.
If you can hang in with us for a little while longer.
Sorry.
All right, man. Commissioners, we want short comments. And we'll start with Brad.
Good evening. It's good to see a big crowd. I guess I can touch more on the discussion part about the animal control ordinance. But I think that the one thing we all share that I don't think that anybody disagrees with is that our pets and our dogs and cats and animals, they all need to be treated humanely. And I'll talk more about that. But so it's good to hear this many people come out and talk about the safety and the humanity, for our animals. So I appreciate that. The one other thing that I just want to get ahead of is, and we'll get into it later on a proclamation, but I'm a very strong supporter of public safety, and I just want to personally recognize the National Telecommunicator Public Safety Week. We'll have a proclamation later tonight if we ever get to the action agenda to do that.
We'll get there.
But I do want to personally say, hey, you're a very important part of our infrastructure here when it comes to emergency services. 24/7, you get somebody, they're professionally trained, and sometimes they feel more when a deputy or got a firefighter or a paramedic that themselves is in danger or hurt than we do when we're actually on the scene as law enforcement. So please keep them in your thoughts and your prayers. And with that, I'm done.
Go ahead. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome, everybody. It's good to see a big crowd here tonight. We really do appreciate you speaking in public comments. That's what we have it for, so we can get input from the citizens, and that's a very important part of our decision process, is to hear what the public has to say. So it's great to see such a big crowd come out and talk to us tonight. I would remind everybody, a separate subject, that the revaluation's coming. If you have a problem with your property values, we have an appeal process up to this board. If it can't be resolved when the tax office, we had our first meeting about a week ago, I think, and nobody was there to appeal their values, but we have 3 more, both in the afternoon and evening schedules. So if you have a problem with your property values that you can't get resolved, be sure and bring it to us. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Wayne?
Well, it's great to see everybody tonight. Everybody watching the live stream. First thing I'd like to send a special prayer out to the young man's family that tragic accident over the weekend. One thing I've seen about this is how our community and our county can come together. They started raising money for this young man. When the last time I looked today, it was already over $11,000. So that just shows you how our county and community can come together if they want to. But one other thing I want to touch on, and I had phone calls about this. I don't get paid anything except for here. And I don't know when I get paid. I really don't care. I do this for the love of the county, not the money. And I don't like being accused of getting paid to adopt a policy or approve a policy. But no policy's been adopted here whatsoever. And to tell me that I don't love animals, I got one at my fire station that's been there 4 years. He's not mine. He belongs to the neighbor, but he's mine now because I look after him. I buy Charlie a $350 doghouse, and he lives in the fire station. So I've got a big, strong heart for animals. Trust me. I've got 3 of them at my house, and they live in my house with me, and I love them to death. So I just wanted to clarify that up when I see it on Facebook, social media, and I make no comments to none of that whatsoever. It don't bother me what people say about me. It does not bother me whatsoever. But I try to make the best decision I know how when it comes to people's feelings and animals and stuff like that, and I just want people to understand that. Thank you.
Anya? Yep, it's good to see this crowd here. Always good when the community turns out to let their voices be heard, because that's what this is all about for sure. I want to echo what Wayne was saying about the Will Turner family. I don't know how many of you know, but we had a young student at North Stokes tragically killed in a car crash going to prom Saturday night. That's what we've been referencing, and we just want to take time out to remember that family and his friends and that school and all that they're dealing with regarding that, because it's a tragic thing. And they did a GoFundMe for his funeral expenses, which is what Wayne referenced, and it's I think raised over $11,000 to pay for his burial. So that we do have really good communities, and this county comes together when they need to, and that's evident of that. Also echoing what Brad said about our telecommunicators, April the 13th through the 19th is National Telecommunicators Week. We'll talk about that more later in the agenda, but they have a really tough job. They are the first and most critical contact in an emergency, and our telecommunicators do their job with compassion and professionalism, and I'm just proud of their job that they do, and for the ones we have working here in our county. Also, remind everybody that April is Child Abuse Prevention Month, and there will be a Ring Out Child Abuse event here at down at the hill there, right past the library before you turn into the campus here on Friday, the 25th of April at 10:30, our Ring Out Child Abuse event. So I just want to remind everybody of that. And I'll save my comments regarding animal control and the ordinances for when we discuss it, so in the interest of our time here. But don't have any dogs currently, but I have lots of grand dogs. So and they are treated like they are grandkids. So they laugh at me when I go into the pet store and I'm come out with $80 worth of treats and toys, and they're like, "What kind of dog do you have?" And I'm like, I don't even own a dog. These are for grand dogs. So they are a very important part of our lives. That's for sure. That's all I've got.
Thank you. I want to welcome everybody. I love seeing this place full. It's probably my last meeting because y'all made me break 2 rules. There's too many people in here. The fire marshal will tell you in a heartbeat, this many people shouldn't be in this room. And I was only supposed to give y'all 30 minutes to talk. So I'm a bad example for the Board of Education and everybody else in the county. But I am glad y'all showed up. And I'm a big advocate of freedom of speech. And I don't care if I sat here at 10 o'clock, all y'all were going to talk that wanted to talk. So let's get this show on the road.
All right, let's do it.
Conflict of interest. Before we move further, does any board member have a conflict with any of the items on the agenda for tonight, or one that might be perceived as a conflict of interest?
Do not.
Do not.
Agenda.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Discussion agenda. Eric, your turn to talk. And by the way, thank y'all for being quiet and not mumbling and talking in the background. I really appreciate it. You should have been ready, Eric.
I'm out there. I'm just a little slow at time. It's good to be here tonight, commissioners, county manager, assistant county manager, citizens of Stokes County. The first item we have, the Stokes County Planning Department is requesting a text amendment to the current Stokes County zoning ordinance to include nuclear as a definition under electrical power generation, section 9.12, M1CZ light manufacturing conditional zoning. This request will add clarity to the definitions under electrical power generation under section 91.2 and prepare Stokes County and its citizens for future improvements to our power infrastructure as noted in chapter 7 1.0 of our Stokes County long range plan. And with that, it's very short and sweet. It's just a simple adding the nuclear definition.
Right, but one thing, we're not, this nuclear power plant at Blues Creek is a blessing for this county because we're going to need power going forward. And it's, we've been selected. We're blessed. But this has nothing to do with our inspectors. They're not going to go out there and inspect a nuclear power plant. That's a whole different ballgame. So this is just a word and a bunch of documents, right?
Yeah, it's just, we actually have several words describing electrical power generation currently. Coal, I believe gas is one of them. And there may be a couple others, but this would add to that so we can prepare for the future, basically. Again, you are correct, Mr. Chair, this is not, we will not be going out to inspect this. This would be done by a higher power than we are. And so with that, that's basically what I have as far as updating the text amendment.
So what you're saying is the state and probably the federal government already regulate and have all the safety regulations pertaining to that they have to abide by and follow. So the county does not need additional or anything over and above that. And could we, even if we wanted to, probably do that?
To the best of my knowledge, that is correct, and I believe
it's all federal.
That's correct, Jimmy, right?
You're a regulatory
federally regulated.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
With discussion?
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion to approve Stokes County Planning Department request for a...
Hang on one second. We just got to do the public hearing.
Any more comments on this?
We open the public hearing for the text, just for the text amendment portion. So I have 3 names here.
This 3 comment section is driving us crazy tonight too. Go ahead, Amber. I'm sorry.
Martha Hartley is the first.
Good evening, Chairman Wood and members of the Commission. My name is Martha Hartley. I've been a resident of Stokes County for 32 years, and I appreciate the opportunity to comment on the amendment to add nuclear as a lawful land use in Stokes County for the proposed nuclear reactor at the Blues Creek Power Station. I do not support the addition of the word nuclear to language in the Stokes County zoning ordinance because there is potential for accidents. There's potential for sabotage or terrorism. There's the potential for the release of radioactivity into the air or water. There's also the issue of accumulating nuclear waste and long-term potential contamination. Radiation exposure is dangerous, cancer-causing, and potentially lethal. The sun is free, vast, inexhaustible, and clean energy. And I laud and support Duke Energy's solar initiative. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hartley.
Commissioners, I come here with respect for you all and for the decisions that you must make as you consider the future of Stokes County and you consider the welfare of the citizens of Stokes County. And as I think about your pondering how to find the necessary electrical power to operate our homes, our businesses, and to find the mechanisms that are safe. And that's a problem. And we have seen problems with the generation of power in Stokes County. And I also understand that the ability to generate power in Stokes County has an economic benefit to the county. So that's a consideration also. I'm 83 years old. I'm a native Carolinian. And over the course of that time, I've seen nuclear power go up in both South Carolina and North Carolina. And I will tell you, I'm not a great fan of don't worry, it'll be okay. And don't worry, it'll be great. Because I have seen on numbers of occasions where those promises have been made and nuclear power has failed sufficiently in both states that it has posed a danger. So I ask you here not to formalize the welcoming of nuclear power in Stokes County. You might consider it. You might ponder its benefits, but if you say it becomes recognized as a part of our system of ordinances, that puts it on a different level. That puts it into play in a way that it is not in play right now. It is a statement that says, okay, nuclear power is formally part of our consideration, and I think it's far too early for Stokes County to arrive at that consideration. And I appreciate the work that you all do. I appreciate the thoughts that you put into these matters. And so I think that, and there's another issue before you for public comment, and that's solar power. I think solar power is a far more benign way to generate electricity. I think that it needs to be accomplished with great consideration of the rest of the community if a solar power farm is put in place. That needs to be given serious consideration, but truly serious consideration to whether I say that as a citizen of this county, welcome the nuclear power. Thank you.
Tim Mabe.
My name is Tim Mabe. I've lived my whole life in Stokes County. I'm an advocate for this solar farm here. We're going to use more and more electricity, as the previous speaker just said. It's more benign than other methods, especially when we had the coal ash thing, and the nuclear thing is a little bit scary. But I don't think anybody's really afraid of the solar farms. This land right here, there are very few trees on it. I'm way back when we tried to stop a chip mill because one of these tree lovers, that's me. And so there's very few trees on this hunk of land right here. And we're going to use more and more electricity. And I'm a proponent for this way of generating it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. May.
And that's the end of that public hearing.
I got a question.
The solar will be next.
Since we don't make any, we don't do any voting until we get to the action agenda, right? This is just the hearing, right?
Yeah, typically.
Okay. I was just asking if we were going to wait to vote on anything till after the public hearing.
Yeah, I mean, typically we have moved it to action if that's the preference of the board. Yeah, we hadn't got to
What's next?
The public hearing for solar is the next item on the agenda. Yeah, you're on there. Yes, sir.
Okay. You're on there.
You're good.
Yeah. Continue on.
So we're moving this to action? We're
No.
not approving it now? Or disapproving?
That's typically what's been done in the past. The short time we've had the planning items on the agenda.
In the past, a lot of times they were just a special meeting. It wasn't
That's what I'm.
combined
Yeah,
with
that's what I'm
another
saying. But the
board
last time you
meeting.
moved it to the action agenda,
Okay.
I mean, it doesn't matter. It's up to the board. But normally you take action when it's on the action.
Let's just move it to action.
All right.
I'm good with that.
Yeah, that's fine. That's what I was wondering about.
Yeah, that's fine.
Eric, you back up on the solar.
Item 2 from planning staff, Duke Energy Carolinas LLC, DFC Stokes LLC, and DFC Stokes 2 LLC is requesting rezoning of 4 parcels of 667 plus or minus acres from RA residential agricultural to M1 light manufacturing to M1 CZ, which is light manufacturing conditional zoning for the construction of a 667 plus or minus acre large-scale solar farm consisting of 263,648 fixed tilt Canadian solar brand modules. Duke has stated that this facility will provide 130 megawatts of renewable energy each year, which is enough emission-free energy to power approximately 22,700 homes, and will provide 46 megawatts of energy storage. Duke has also stated that this facility will create 300 new construction jobs, increase tax revenue for Stokes County, generate economic benefits to local businesses during construction, and help improve overall reliability on the electric grid. The site plan shows the facility with panels from the Total Road and 311 area with power conversion stations with inverters, transmission lines, and entrances from Total Road. The site plan also depicts the Old Town Road side of the project consisting of panels and conversion station with inverters, including the Old Town Road west entrance. There will be a substation with access from Milton Loop with a switching station, a 100, and I think this is kilovolt, please forgive me if I'm wrong on that, 100 kilovolt solar generation substation, and an AC coupled 46 megawatt battery storage facility. The proposed facility would have a minimum, at this time was a minimum 50-foot buffer, and I believe that's also changed drastically in the plan, which Duke Energy will present here shortly. It has a vegetated buffer area as well as 2 and 3 row planted buffers around the perimeter as depicted in the landscape buffer plan. The applicant is allowing for an agricultural aspect with this plan, providing an area for grazing farm animals. An email notice has been received from Scott Jones of NCDOT and included in your packets for your review, stating that the applicant is in process of fulfilling NCDOT requirements, and I believe that has already taken place, if I'm not mistaken. The applicants have gone out of their way to inform and answer any questions from property owners and citizens of Stokes County, as well as any requests or questions from planning staff, and have fulfilled all requirements for submittal to Stokes County for this rezoning petition. The proposal does provide a potential tax base due to expansion of commercial property. However, the Stokes County Planning Department doesn't support the proposal because it is not in line with the Stokes County Long Range 2035 plan. And with that being said, if it would please the commissioners, I'd like to have Duke Energy go ahead and present their proposal. Would that be in line? Okay.
Conduct the public hearing after.
Yeah, okay.
Good evening. My name is Jimmy Flight. I'm the Director of Local Government Community Relations for this region, which includes Stokes County. We're glad to be with you this evening and tonight to explain that our important and well-planned solar facility. Duke Energy has a very long and positive relationship with Stokes County. We've had past investments in power plants with the steam station and upgrades to the steam station for the last 50 years. Last year, the plant actually celebrated its 50-year anniversary. We're in the process of doing extensive grid updates all over the county to our distribution and transmission system. And we also, as we talked a little bit before, have plans to pursue a permit to build an advanced nuclear plant. And this is more about the solar, but just as folks ask questions, the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, there's a long way to go for all the approvals that will be necessary and lots of public comment opportunities for that in that process. Duke Energy invests in the community with grants to organizations like the school system, the Arts Council, support the United Fund, provide event sponsorships, and we've got active employee volunteers. In fact, on April the 4th, we had 17 volunteers show up at the Walnut Cove Elementary School to volunteer for the North Carolina Science Foundation Duke Energy Science Day. We also had 3 displays at the Stokes County Schools 8th grade career fair just this past Friday, just sharing a couple of examples. Duke Energy currently pays about $6 million in annual property taxes to Stokes County. We're coming to you today with a project that would be a potentially nearer term project of an investment of more than $300 million, which will increase the tax base for the county as well as the taxes that we pay. Other resources like renewables and storage are expanding near-term capacity for our system in the communities across North Carolina. Solar is an important part of our energy mix and is a cost-effective generation source, and this project will play an important role in helping us meet that demand. We're focused on an all-of-the-above strategy to meet growth in all over the state, and in fact, we've seen the growth rate from studies just 2 years ago has increased by 8 times. So we're seeing a huge demand influx of people moving to the county as well as a lot of industry. The amount of Duke Energy projects that in the Carolinas by 2030 we'll be capable of generating more than 5 gigawatts of electricity with solar power. That's about the equivalent of 5 large nuclear reactors. That amount of solar is capable of generating enough energy annually to power 2 million homes. Solar energy provides fuel-free energy to the system, reducing fuel costs and associated emissions from the system year-round.
The energy from solar reduces the need for additional resources during summer peak and prevents us from either having to build newer facilities or buy energy at very high cost from neighboring utilities. And as this project is proposed, we'll have some battery storage so we can save the energy if it's produced as excess for peak energy demand uses at times when the solar is not available. These new resources, traditional and renewable, will support power plant communities that have kept electricity flowing in North Carolina for decades. We conservatively estimate that this project will generate more than $250,000 in annual property taxes to Stokes County, and that amount does not depreciate with the way the tax laws are written, and would result in about $9 million over the life of the project, which is estimated at 35 years. If the property remained as it is, I think currently it would produce only about $250,000 in property taxes over that entire 35-year period as well. The project by itself, when I looked and checked the list of the top 10 taxpayers in Stokes County, this project by itself would be the third largest taxpayer in the county. The project is also expected to generate about 300 construction jobs, which will benefit local businesses and the Stokes County economy. Although the jobs will be temporary, they could provide local Stokes County students graduating from school with some experience and training in a rapidly growing industry of solar energy. The $250,000 in property taxes also generated in the project should be considered that the project places no financial demand on schools, social services, the health department, water and sewer authority, or roads, and little or no demand on the county public safety resources. In short, the project is a substantial net benefit to the county financially, allowing the county to make investments in other services and investments in its citizens. Steve Hendrickson is our project manager and project developer. He'll speak in more detail about the features of the project, but I wanted to say simply, we avoided development in all environmentally sensitive areas. We have substantial buffers between the river and the project and all along the public right-of-ways with 200-foot setback. We've incorporated agricultural uses along Tuttle Road and within the project. We believe our design is top quality and is sensitive to surrounding uses. For example, we know the other large solar project that was built that I think has created some concern only had a 50-foot setback, and their screening has not really been up to par. We've incorporated within our design a 200-foot setback from roads and adjacent property lines with significant vegetative buffer. As far as agricultural uses outside, we're requesting about approximately 667 acres was the number out of a more than 1,800 acre property to just for the solar project. So almost 2/3 of the property will remain agricultural. We're open to considerations and suggestions from you all and the planning staff, and we will remain open to their suggestions should you approve the zoning. Duke Energy is a local provider for the county. We do not expect any development or operational issues, but if you have concerns, you have my contact information, and you can count on us to be responsive. We believe the proposed Old Town Solar facility can help the county meet their future land preservation goals because solar generation can coexist with agricultural activities. As part of the lease agreement we made with the landowner, sheep may be used to graze and maintain vegetation within the fence and the bounds of the solar project. The rest of the property will still be I think plans are to continue to use it for cattle grazing along the footprint and then crops down by the river. Solar installations do not harm soil health. To promote biodiversity, pollinator-friendly native vegetation will be planted on site, which will support soil quality and local ecosystems. Decommissioning a solar site requires the company to restore the land to its natural state by disassembling, removing, and recycling to the fullest extent possible all of the equipment, and followed by land restoration. A decommissioned solar site can easily return to be an agricultural or conservation use. We feel like we've been very respectful to local citizens, as I think Eric noted. We've heard from someone that the project might impact views from Hanging Rock. And we certainly don't want to impact any of the views from the park system, which we know is so important to Stokes County. Hanging Rock is about 9 miles from the project. We studied the issue and determined the panels will face south. The Hanging Rock and the state parks are north. And they will also have a non-reflective coating. There should be little impact to the views. We provided a study to the planning department several weeks in advance of this hearing that concludes solar farms do not generally negatively impact neighboring property values, and our design, we think, is far superior with substantial buffers and setbacks from property lines than typical solar farms. A solar farm is a good neighbor to agricultural and low-density residential development because it does not generate noise, smells, lights at night, or traffic. We provided the planning department several weeks ago an environmental impact studies that concluded there's no negative environmental impact due to solar farms. Planning staff, I believe, did not disagree with that finding. We believe with all the land improvement conservation practices embedded in our design, there is truly no negative impact. I know also that I think in the planning board it was brought up that the Water and Sewer Authority had made a statement of concerns around the environmental impacts. At the time, I don't believe, and I don't think they still probably have had a chance to review the environmental impact study, which I think addresses their concerns. On Friday, I actually spoke with the Public Works Director, Stuart Easter, who told me that he called some environmental officials at the state level, didn't specify who, but confirmed that there were no environmental concerns with solar farms. He also mentioned, I think, to me that the Water and Sewer Board would be comfortable with the decision that the commissioners make because you guys have got a lot more information than they have. This project will be part of Duke Energy's regulated fleet of power plants and will be owned and operated by Duke Energy. We accrue funds for the future decommissioning like any other generating plant owned by Duke Energy, and state law requires us to have a decommissioning plan. We've been transparent and open with your citizens. We've appreciated the planning staff and Eric's notes earlier about our willingness to answer questions. We specifically held 2 open houses, invited more than 1,000 area residents to the first one and more than 1,500 to the second. We had about 20 area residents attend between the 2 open houses. We asked, and with the board over here, you can see we've asked any of the attendants to kind of note where they're located. We really didn't hear any strong objections, especially after most of the folks saw what we were planning. As you can see from my comments and details to come from Steve Hendrickson, we know our project is an important project for Duke Energy, and we've invested a lot of significant resources in the planning, designing of the project, and trying to listen to folks. We hope you all agree that this project benefits Stokes County and North Carolina. We believe the thoughtful design of the project sets a very high bar. Even if you don't think the project fits with the 2035 plan like the other 2 approved projects were found, you can, and we respectfully request or ask that you approve the project, finding it reasonable and that the project is beneficial to the county. We appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today. I want to pledge that Duke Energy, again, is open to any design suggestions. We've got several subject matter experts here. Steve Hendrickson is our project development manager. He's going to share a little bit more of the details in a few slides, and we've got some other staff folks here that if you have any specific questions, we'll be glad to answer them. Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you, Sherry.
Good evening, Commissioners, and thank you once again for listening to our proposed site plan this evening. My name is Steve Hendrickson, and I am the project developer for the Old Town Solar Farm. So I know Director Nance already went over this earlier today, but we are here to rezone approximately 667 acres of area of land currently zoned as M1. Light Manufacturing District, and RA, Residential Agricultural, to M1CZ. The landowners are Duke Energy Carolinas, DFC Stokes, and DFC Stokes 2. And the purpose of our request is to approve Duke Energy Carolinas' design of a solar farm with battery storage, which employs the best design practices, including, among other features, embedding and maintaining agricultural uses on the property without disturbing environmentally sensitive land. So, believe me when I say a lot of coordination and thought went into the design we came up with that we will be presenting to the board tonight. And I'll just stick on this last note here on disturbing environmentally sensitive land. So there's some wetlands on the site. There's floodplains on the site. Duke does not. We're not building any of the floodplains. We're not building any of the wetlands. The landowner has already performed a phase 1 cultural resource site assessment that assessment flagged certain locations on the property where there could be a potential for certain culturally sensitive items, cemeteries or other locations. So we're in coordination with NC, the North Carolina State Historic Preservation Office on those items. And then we will have to do a further study as well. But typically, we're going to have some sort of buffering around those environmentally or culturally sensitive areas. So the size of our proposed project is 130 megawatts with a 46 megawatt battery storage energy system. And just to let everyone know, the battery storage system would be located along with the generation substation on the Duke Blues property that's currently zoned as M1, which is roughly 3/4 of a mile away from any residential location. We are proposing to rezone approximately 667 acres, and just so everybody's aware, we're not taking a 700 acre parcel and proposing to rezone 667 acres. We're taking 4 parcels, which are roughly 2,000 acres, and proposing to rezone approximately a third of that. And we'll get into it later, but the actual footprint of the solar property itself is much, much smaller. And just before we go over some of the design characteristics, I'll just say I've been doing this for roughly 15 years, been a part of a few thousand megawatts of development, and just say I don't think there's a single project that has been more considerate with its design and features to take advantage. There's a lot of coordination with the landowner. There's a lot of agricultural activities currently on the property. A lot of that is going to be maintained, and we also want to take advantage and be thoughtful of just the scenic nature of the area. So that's why we incorporated some of these more robust design features. So Jimmy already mentioned it, but we are proposing 200-foot setbacks from the property lines, and that's a minimum. Typical Duke project is 50 foot, maybe 100 feet. This one, like I said, this is a minimum of 200 feet. I think our initial application proposed for any new vegetative buffer plantings, 20 feet. We've decided to go and add an extra row there, so 25 feet, 3-row plantings. And just to be clear, that's just along areas that there is no current vegetative buffering blocking, helping with the view shed. So everywhere along Fulp Road is pretty well covered, except for I think a farm road. Anywhere where there's existing vegetation, we plan to leave as much as possible to where it's a minimum of 50 feet. Most will be much greater than 50 feet, but the minimum will be 50 feet. I think everybody is pretty aware of the location of the proposed solar farm. It's the boundary, the parcel boundaries are outlined in the pink here. And I just wanted to show this picture to say, we're putting it in a location that has a lot of industrial use around it. Yes, there is, land zone for residential, agricultural, but you have to the southeast there, you have the Blues Creek property that's already zoned light manufacturing district. You have the 2 blue parcels, which are the Pine Hall Brick heavy manufacturing district. And then you have to the southwest, you have the Lick Creek Solar Project, which was approved in 2019 for a rezoning of about 617 acres. And then to the north, you have the Bear Branch Solar Project, which was approved in 2020, of about 500 acres. And I know we're talking about 500 acres, 600 acres, 667 acres. It's some land use there, but right now there's 3 projects within Stokes County. If this were to be approved, it would be the 4th one. Those total about 2,354 megawatt or 54 acres. The land in Stokes County is 287,548 acres. So the total land used for solar would be less than 1% of the land, and that's for what was totally rezoned. That's not the acreage of the actual modules themselves. That would be far less. This chart here shows the proposed solar ordinance that Stokes County is reviewing, and I just want to say that you can see here's some of the measurable qualities or measurable standards in that ordinance. You have maximum allowed height is 20 feet. Our project should be no greater than 10 feet. You have property line setbacks, 50 feet. Once again, we're doing a minimum of 200 feet. You have right-of-way setbacks at 100 feet. We are doing a minimum of 200 feet. New vegetative buffer, 20 feet. We're doing 25. And then security fencing, 6 feet. And we do 6 feet plus 1 foot of 3-strand barbed wire. So you can see we clearly meet or exceed every measurable standard of the proposed solar ordinance. And I have in front of me here the proposed solar ordinance, and I just want to read a portion of it. One of those kind of immeasurable qualities. So, the facility shall be designed to minimize the impacts of distribution and transmission lines on humans, livestock, wildlife habits, natural resources, forests, and environmentally sensitive land. We are going to be connecting into existing transmission lines that are already in place on Blues Creek property. There will be no new distribution lines, no new transmission lines. The facility shall also be designed in such a way as to not have a negative impact on the scenic beauty of our county and shall provide a feature that would enhance or add to the agricultural nature of Stokes County, such as animals or livestock. So once again, we are proposing a minimum 200-foot setback with a robust vegetative buffer. And then just on this last part here, shall provide a feature that would enhance or add to the agricultural nature of Stokes County, such as animals or livestock. Now, Jimmy already said it. Right now on the property, there is pasture land for cattle grazing. There is cropland. There is timberland. Once this project is built, there will also be land for sheep grazing. So you're actually gaining an agricultural use by approving this project. We put this map together here to show that, you hear 667 acres of rezoning. You think it's going to be 667 acres of all panels. So this clearly shows that, and I'll just walk through the top. So the parcel boundaries are outlined in pink. To the east there, you have that green color. That is land that's currently used for farming crops, and that's roughly 400 acres of land. That will remain 400 acres of land. You have the bluish green color, which will be where the modules and the sheep grazing would be, and that is approximately 345 acres. So right off the bat, you have more land used for farming than will have solar panels on it. Then you have the rest of the land is made up of either empty space within our fence line or existing timberlands or pasture lands. So now you say, Duke, you build a solar farm, what does the county get out of it? So, we touched on the property taxes already, and we'll get to that in a bit. But we estimate it'll create approximately 300 construction jobs, and I know those are only temporary jobs. But from that construction work, which is roughly a 12 or so month timeline, it should be about a $20 million boost to the economic impact of Stokes County. And that's from local services being used during construction. That's from construction workers spending money within Stokes County. Go get a cup of coffee, go fill up their gas tanks, go get a bite to eat. That's all going to happen within Stokes County. So now, even though it's only temporary, there should be an economic boost to Stokes County from that construction. I've already discussed that we will not develop on any environmentally sensitive lands. The land use will remain, once again, primarily agricultural, and you remember you pick up an agricultural use that's not currently ongoing there. And then we also do plant acres of pollinators to help promote the biodiversity of the area. All right, so we've talked about the tax revenues here, and I just have the snapshot to show that in 2024, the 3 DFC Stokes parcels paid approximately $7,590 in taxes. If you take that out 35 years, which is our estimated project life, you get $265,665. Year one with this project, we estimate $271,000. So right off the bat, you're making more year one than you would keeping the existing land use for 35 years. And I will say that number does not include any rollback taxes, so it would be substantially more. And the way utilities are taxed, it's, there's no depreciation, so it's very predictable. Year one, you get $271,000. Year 35, you get $271,000. So that's, over almost $9.5 million to Stokes County over the life of the project. And that's from a project that doesn't need any infrastructure improvements, doesn't, may need minimal services from Stokes County. All right, just kind of talk about some of the issues that, or concerns that there may be. Jimmy mentioned earlier that the view from Hanging Rock. So project is about 9 miles as the crow flies from Hanging Rock. And in perspective, the Blues Creek Power Station is about 11 or so from Hanging Rock. We will be low to the ground, no greater than 10 feet. There'll be plenty of trees. There's a hill in the way. The view shed from Hanging Rock should not be negatively impacted by our project construction being built. We also had Mr. Rich Kirkland of Kirkland Appraisals LLC perform a study to determine whether the property values of surrounding area would be negatively impacted from this project. Mr. Kirkland is here tonight if the board wishes to ask any more questions about the report. But the short answer is our project does not have any of the characteristics that are typically associated with a decrease in property values. It's not going to create unnecessary traffic. It's not going to have any loud noises. It's not going to have emissions. It's not going to have odors. We also had a third-party health and safety assessment done, and Mr. Tommy Cleveland, who authored that study, was with the North Carolina Clean Energy Technology Center at NC State for over a decade, and I believe he is also here this evening if there's any questions that the commissioners may have. The short answer is the project creates no negative impacts to public health or safety. And I know there might be some concerns. We have, we mentioned the battery earlier. So the battery is going to be 3/4 mile away on the Blues Creek property. The batteries come all self-contained in a shipping container. The shipping container has all the cooling systems. It has all the fire suppression systems. It keeps everything intact in one shipping container. And we have some subject matter experts on those battery systems if the commission would like to ask them more pointed questions. All right, decommissioning and recycling. So, as was already said, for every project Duke has, we accrue what's called an asset retirement obligation. It allows us to make sure there's funds available to decommission the facility properly once it's at its end of life. So the state of North Carolina actually went a step further and passed a law 2 years ago called House Bill 130, which governs the decommissioning requirements for any solar project within the state of North Carolina. And what House Bill 130 does is requires every solar project to one register with NCDEQ, have on file with NCDEQ a third-party licensed engineer decommissioning plan and decommissioning estimate, and then a security has to be on file with NCDEQ for whatever that estimate is. And not only do we have to do it in year one or prior to the facility being operated, we have to renew it every 5 years. So at least 6 times or so throughout the life of the facility, that estimate is getting updated. That decommissioning plan is getting updated to take into account the latest and greatest in the market. House Bill 130 also requires that project owners that materials are reused, recycled, sold, or disposed of responsibly, and requires the land to be restored to its natural state. So we have a security on file with NCDEQ. We have a lease agreement that has a decommissioning obligation and requires the land to be restored to a natural state, and a security on file with our landowner. If the county commissioners would like, we would have a decommissioning security on file with Stokes County as well, just to ensure there's no questions on whether the facility will be decommissioned. Next, I just want to talk real quick about recycling. There's probably a lot of negative press about solar module recycling. It's an industry, it's an emergent industry, it's just getting started. But I will say, the current processes can recycle roughly 90% of a module. So you think about that, and compared to other items in our daily lives, I don't know a lot that can be recycled. 90% of our electronics or whatever is recyclable. So solar modules, said 90% of it can be recyclable. And one of the biggest hurdles to actual recycling is the transportation costs to recycling facilities. So, you know, there's like I said, it's an emergent industry. They're just now becoming more popular. And a lot of people don't want to truck modules hundreds and hundreds of miles to a recycling center. But we are lucky enough that there is actually one in Salisbury called Power Recycling. So, you know, there is ample opportunity to recycle any of the modules from the site. And then just in summary here, talk some key takeaways I want to go through is, you know, we have discussed Duke Energy's proposed development designed to respect the county's history and rural character and is reasonable and beneficial to the county. I've already discussed this project has been designed very carefully. We tried to take into account everything we could think of. We wanted to make sure that there are still plenty of agricultural activities that are still taking place on the project site. You know, the project will be constructed, owned, and operated by Duke Energy. We've been part of the community for 50 plus years. We have a good relationship with the county. We want to build on that relationship. We want to be here for at least another 50 years. We are not some third-party developer who's going to get a permit and then sell the project to somebody else tomorrow. You know us. We're going to be here. The proposed site plan will have no negative impacts to the residents of Stokes County. And lastly, the proposed development will generate millions of dollars in tax revenue for Stokes County without requiring any services or any infrastructure improvements. It's money that Stokes County can spend on services for other members of the county, other redevelopment and infrastructure improvements. You know, we believe we have brought the county a well-designed and developed project intended to keep the agricultural nature of the surrounding area. We are more than welcome to any suggestions from the commission as to how we can make it better. And, that's all I had.
I don't know that this is the time I want to ask my questions unless this is going to be the only opportunity I have. I don't know. I would rather wait until we hear from all the speakers that are signed up to speak. Go ahead.
Good evening. I'm Mike Fox. I'm an attorney representing the landowner, which is also the applicant as well. And we just want to take just a few minutes of time to address a couple of questions. I specifically, and my client, David Couch, is here as well. He's going to speak in just a second briefly. We're proud to be here with Duke Energy. They've been a good partner in this project. And we feel that our goals are compatible. As you heard from Duke, the vast majority of this land that Mr. Couch owns will remain in agricultural uses, whether it be timber, cropland, grazing for animals, or wetlands type conservation. The vast majority, over 2/3, will remain that way. And Mr. Couch can tell you in a little more detail about his plans for that. One thing that I did want to address is we believe that this request is consistent with your long-range plan. And, you know, I'll address some specifics of that. You know, your open space goal, preserved lands, we believe the description of keeping over 2/3 of it in preserved lands fits with that. We believe it also fits your policy goal 2 under open space of protecting water by protecting floodplain and repairing areas from development. Open space 2 rural community, we believe that this site, as buffered and protected the way it is, does protect the rural characteristics of this area. And manage high impact land uses. One of the interesting things about a solar farm is, unlike a commercial building or a residential subdivision that's probably going to be there 100 years from now, you know, these solar leases are typically 30 to 35 years, and as technology improves, they may decide to do something else, or they may try to have a different use there or a more efficient use of, they may get the same energy out of 10% of their solar panels as well. So this does protect that. And it also supports workforce development. I do want to address the two neighboring solar farms that are literally on each side of this. I know I've heard some concern in the county about the amount of acreage in solar farms, and I know that this board and the county and the planning staff are looking at, potential rules for that. I would encourage you to look at this as you've almost got a mini solar district, and if you want to have an area where you have it and you can control it, you've already got one right here. And certainly this piece of property with an already approved solar farm on each side of it fits well with what has already been there. And with Lick Creek Solar, which again was 2019, and this board voted to approve along with the planning board, the planning staff did support that request. And I would quote from the minutes of your meeting that night: the staff sees no problem with the request and feels that the creation of a utility scale solar facility on these tracts of land will assist in increasing the tax base as well as assisting in creating short-term employment opportunities. Similar, Bear Branch Solar, the staff supported that as well. This commission voted to approve that. That was in 2020. And reading from the staff comments from your minutes of that meeting, two things. One, the planning staff has no problem with the proposed location of the proposed facility, and that the proposed rezoning conditions would create a consistent and seamless project for both the community and the developer. So in those two cases, the staff was supportive, and we've had very pleasant and productive and professional conversations with your staff, and they just have a different perspective on this one. But we would certainly think that if you've already got two right beside it and you're not doing anything different here, except maybe you're doing it better because the buffers and the screening and the setbacks, that this would certainly be consistent with your long-range plan, just like your board found both of those were consistent in the past. So happy to answer any questions on that history. Otherwise, I think Mr. Couch, as the applicant, would like to just say a couple of minutes worth of information. David?
Good evening, Commissioners, and thank you for the opportunity to come and speak before you. My name is David Couch, and I made a major investment in this farm in 2013 and have farmed it ever since. And I didn't realize the extent to which I'd make a major investment in the local businesses as well, but as you know, farming can be expensive. For sure, most of those bottoms that you see on the other slide there in green, they're in the 500-year floodplain, but they flooded 3 times in the last 2 years. So we've had a tough time with the row cropping, but when it works really well. I've enjoyed farming that land. I've enjoyed working with the folks that we employ here in Stokes County, and we've certainly enjoyed supporting your community. We raise cows, corn, beans, baleage, and silage there on the farm currently. And farming has kind of been in my blood since I was about 15 years old, and I'm passionate about it. We will continue, we'll be able to continue all of those, which I'm delighted about. I'm not a sheep farmer, but I intend to learn a lot about it, and I was pretty adamant about being able to reserve the right to do that. Anytime you've got a fence and grass that needs to be mowed, it seems to me you need to use that in the farming. We're into regenerative farming. The only animal we could think of that wouldn't damage the panels or climb on the panels, my first preference was goats, but you can't use goats because they climb on the panels. So sheep it is. If you think about solar usage, they call them solar farms for a reason. That's because they harvest, obviously, the energy from the sun and are able to redistribute that so that we can all use it. And none better than Duke Power to take advantage of that and to keep us all in reliable power. So I feel like we're not gaining one, we're gaining 2 new products, both the sheep and the energy from the sun. Duke Energy, I believe, is a perfect partner for Stokes County. For this project, they're a perfect partner for me. I own several farms, and owning land is important to me. My reputation as a landowner is very important to me. And for that reason, I selected Duke, and Duke selected this farm. And the reasons for that are many. Their connection to this community, a very, very long and positive history of performance, investment in this community, and not the least of which is their unbelievably reliable delivery of power. I, for one, give big kudos to you guys. I think over the years that I've been buying Duke's power, your response time has gotten shorter and shorter every year to when we do have an outage, and the automation that they've invested in over time. I think they're best in class, probably in the country, when it comes to reliable power delivery. This slide is as kind of we do a lot of land use planning in our world, and to have, as Mike just said, to have a solar facility to our north and adjacent to us, to have one at the south and adjacent to us, and to have two blue properties there owned M2, and have industrial around us, but to be able to integrate and retain the farming uses that we're able to do on this one is very pleasing to me, but it's also one of those where I do think, Mike, you're right, that being able to create some form of a district at the same time will keep some consistency there, and having neighboring properties that are already zoned for solar is important. I didn't realize this, but as the third largest taxpayer in terms of a project for a use that's generating, perpetuating construction jobs in the form of temporary jobs, I'm sure they'll have some maintenance jobs too, maybe not many, because we hope there are not many maintenance items there, while at the same time making no noise, no emissions, and being a good neighbor there and a good corporate citizen. I feel confident that this is an excellent choice in land use, and thank you for your time. I appreciate your support of what we're putting together here for Stokes County. Thank you.
Give me direction.
Open the public hearing for the solar farm.
So when do we get to ask our questions?
You should let the people speak.
Okay.
Jill Rolfs.
Good evening. My name is Jill Rolfus. I'm a longtime resident of Stokes County, and I have a point of clarification. Did I understand that they said Canadian modules will be in the solar farm? Okay. All right. On to the good stuff. Good evening, commissioners, neighbors, and members of our community. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm here tonight not to oppose renewable energy, but to ask that we approach it responsibly and transparently. Because while solar energy is often labeled clean, there is a growing body of evidence suggesting it may not be as clean as we think, especially when it comes to PFAS, PFAS, or per or polyfluoroalkyl substances, often called forever chemicals. What are PFAS and why should we be concerned? PFAS are synthetic chemicals used for their resistance to water, heat, and oil. They're found in thousands of consumer and industrial products, and now potentially in the components of some solar panels. PFAS do not break down in the environment. They accumulate in the soil, water, wildlife, and the human body. And in the human body, they are linked to kidney and testicular cancers, liver and thyroid damage, immune system suppression, infertility and developmental harm in children. They are invisible, tasteless, and odorless, but incredibly persistent. PFAS in solar panels, what we know, thanks to research from the Graham Sustainability Institute at the University of Michigan, we now have more clarity on the potential role of PFAS in solar technology. Their findings include self-cleaning coatings on some panels may use PFAS-based chemicals. However, many manufacturers now use safer silicone-based alternatives. Adhesive in solar panels are generally silicone-based, not PFAS-based. Polymer substrates, like the commonly used material Tedlar, are not classified as PFAS and are not known to leach. While this is reassuring, the fact remains manufacturers are not required to disclose PFAS content, and no long-term studies exist to show what happens when these panels degrade. Right here in Stokes County, we already have solar farms. From what I was noticing, over 1,000 acres in the installations. And we do not know if PFAS containing materials, if any, were used in its construction. We do not know what safeguards are in place, and we do not know if PFAS contamination is already occurring. That's why I'm asking this board to initiate groundwater testing study around the solar farms that already exist. The time to act is not after contamination, it is now. There is a 3M settlement and funding is available. In June 2023, 3M agreed to a $10.3 billion settlement with public water systems across the United States over widespread PFAS pollution. And just recently, on April 1st of this year, a federal judge gave the settlement final approval, making those funds officially available. According to U.S. News and World Report, a portion of that money is set aside specifically to test drinking water systems for PFAS. Stokes County should apply immediately to secure funding for testing in areas surrounding the solar farms. The AIG lawsuit, insurers are already backing away. To underscore how serious this is, AIG, one of the world's largest insurers, recently filed a lawsuit to deny coverage of PFAS-related claims. According to Fox 9 News, AIG has determined that its policy excludes pollution-related liability, including PFAS contamination.
We need to wrap it up.
Okay, I've got just a little bit more. Ben, would you?
I will give my time to
Okay.
Okay. Understood. 1 minute. All right. If major insurance companies won't cover this risk and developers aren't being held accountable, then who pays for PFAS when they show up in our wells? We do. Our county, our families, our taxpayers. And sometimes it's not completely financial. What I'm asking this board to do is to initiate groundwater testing at and around the solar farms, apply for 3M settlement funds to cover the cost of testing and any necessary remediation, pause new solar development approvals until thorough PFAS-related environmental reviews are conducted, require full transparency from solar developers regarding the materials used and the disposal plans, which I know from the North Carolina bills probably covers that. But it would be nice to know if they are contaminated, how are we going to eliminate that contamination? Establish a local oversight task force to monitor PFAS risk and guide long-term county policy. In conclusion, I support renewable energy, but clean energy must also be safe energy. We cannot ignore the warnings from scientists, insurers, and the legal system. We must act before PFAS becomes another crisis. Let Stokes County be the example. Let us lead the state in protecting our land, our water, and our people. Thank you so much for your time and your commitment to public health. And I also have my sightings and all the 3M information for applying for the PFAS settlements available here tonight. All right, thank you.
Ben Rolfes, Stokes County resident. Guys, girls, ladies, y'all have a tough job, man. I tell you, I'm listening to Duke, Mr. Couch. We want to grow the county. Tax revenue is important. but I implore you to do your research. You guys are controlled. Y'all are voted in to serve your constituents, not big corporate America. Mr. Couch, no offense, I don't know you, or a billionaire, okay? You're here to serve this county and its constituents. So if you're determined to go through with this solar farm, do some research, okay? Listen to what Jill said. You're asking the wolf to guard the hen house, and we know how well that works out, okay? And use it, do some negotiating, put some Trumpism on them, get more money out of Duke. I know they've been good to the county, but it's not worth ruining our water, okay? So, do that. Go back to Duke and say, hey guys, you want to do it this way, here are the rules. Y'all have control, okay? So I implore you to do the right thing there. Don't let the big money come in. And we need to question everything. I don't know about y'all, but I'm tired of big corporate America and big money coming in, running roughshod over a county. It's time to freaking stop, okay? Start asking questions, all right? And what's Mr. Couch's involvement with this thing? Why is it so important that it's his land? Why is he here tonight? How much money is he going to make out of it? I would encourage you, Mr. Couch, to put a couple million in the Stokes County Animal Shelter. Do something benevolent, okay? Okay? Anyway, that's all I have. Thank y'all.
They've been sitting on 5 million a long time for that.
Rosanna Jarvis.
Good evening, I'm Rosanna Bray Jarvis. I was born down the road at the Danbury Hospital, and I have lived here my entire life. I am not a big corporation, but I do own a small business in this county, and I've owned it for 50 years. My parents started the Hillbilly Hideaway restaurant, and I'm almost in tears because I am overwhelmed with the possibility of this county putting solar panels in our county. I'm tired of the county being Stokes, being the dumping site for anything possibly negative. We have seen it, I have seen it, and I want it to stop. I am imploring you, do not pass the solar panels for the Stokes County people. The reason is I take a lot of pride in telling people of my beautiful county. I love Hanging Rock. I love people that have small businesses in our towns. And this is all tourism, my restaurant. Other people that I know that are friends and associates, that we rely on the flow of people from other big cities to come to our county to spend their money. Not the temporary workers that are going to be here, the 300 jobs that are temporary, they're going to be putting coffee in the coffee shops or spending a little bit of money. I'm talking about tourism for decades and decades to come to Hanging Rock, Dan River, Blues Lake, my restaurant, antique malls, stores, and to give us that funding. And here's what I'm getting at. They don't want to drive from Raleigh, Durham, Roanoke, Virginia, other towns and cities to come here and visit and drive through hundreds and see hundreds of acres of solar panels. And I know they said that you won't be able to see them, but we know you will. I live near and drive down Martin Luther King Road. There is no barrier. These solar panels are right there on top of you as you're coming through Martin Luther King. And I hear their proposal. I hear what they're saying. But do we really know that will be the end result? You have a decision tonight for the residents of Stokes County, the well-being of our tourism and our growth, to make the proper decision about putting the solar panels in our county. I am passionate about it, and I'm passionate about our county and our people. And just as the other speaker said, not only the visual aspect and a negative impact on tourism and people coming to our county and supporting our local citizens, the health risks as well. So as they said, please do not make a quick decision. Study, do research, and let's get the proper results to make the proper decision. Thank you.
Chad Jarvis.
So, Chad Jarvis, I live in the town of Walnut Cove proper, and most of you know I wear many hats. First, I'm here as a citizen, but I want to point out a couple things. I work for the second or third, depends on the day of the oil, largest energy company in the world. I can tell you that there are different ways to produce energy, and what's being proposed here is probably the safest, cleanest option. I don't disagree with maybe groundwater testing, so that you know what you've got going into the surface water. But I'd also suggest that you realize that coal ash and the components has train 2 at Duke Energy. I believe train 1 is all natural gas now, but train 2 comes online for peak demand. So I want to point out a couple things with this. This is farmland, okay? This is land owned by an individual. I don't care how much money he has. I don't care how much money he doesn't have. It's his land, okay? So I'm not going to tell you that you can't put up a doghouse or a carport in your backyard. Now, I realize people have to drive by it, but I will also tell you that the only concern I ever had with this is that this isn't Lick Creek. If people have a problem with Lick Creek and the screening, code enforce it. It's in the design of the system and the plan. Code enforce the people that own and operate the plant, the facility. It's not Duke Energy. I can tell you, Duke Energy, most of the time, if one single bush dies outside of their facility, they're going to replace it. They'll tell you if they're going to do something, they do it. So the other thing I can tell you, let's talk about a farm. Okay, so I would much rather lay my head next, but right there, I would love to hear the hum of that. The tax revenue that you're going to get in the short term, the tax revenue impact to the town of Walnut Cove, even though it's not long term, it's finite. But you could end up, and I grew up down east. Y'all don't know what a farm is up here. You grow up down east and you don't know what a pig farm is, or a large poultry operation. What keeps them from putting that there? Okay? So pick and choose your battles. Know what you got and know that this has to be returned in 35 years or less to its natural state and can be reused in any other format that's deemed appropriate for the area at the time. I also will tell you that reading the 2035 plan multiple times, it's starting to fade out. It's not necessarily keeping up with the way the county is growing in different areas. So again, I just implore you to realize that this is a Duke Energy project. If this is what they say they're going to do, it's what they're going to do. If people have a problem with Lick Creek, code enforce it. Make it happen. Make them put up the screening. Also keep in mind that what you have now and what's being proposed now could be worse. Keep in mind that company that has a yellow and black logo system that wanted to be in downtown Walnut Cove. Well, for me, as a neighbor, I can tell you it closes at 10 o'clock at night. 27 houses being proposed on 16 acres. It's 24/7. So it could always be worse. Keep that in mind. That's all I have to say. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thanks. Kathy.
I'd like to thank y'all for letting us come and voice our opinion. I'm Kathy Dix. I'm the owner of Just Plain Country in Walnut Cove. I understand that this might be a big boost to our economy. But when I seen this map pull up here, I knew in my heart that I live off 65. And I'm right there on 65 Tucker Road, less than a mile from my house. I have got solar panels behind me. I have got solar panels over on Martin Luther King. They're ugly. You drive by them, they're not pretty. And I know that they may be helping somebody, but I want to know who they're helping. Are they helping Stokes County? Are they helping Charlotte? Are they helping Raleigh? Who they helping? Are they helping us? Now, we may get some revenue coming in. I own a business, man. I like to hear that people's going to come and shop with me. I like that part, but it doesn't mean that they will. It may hurt my business by, if I decide I'm getting old now, y'all, I'm up here 66 and I'm ready to sell. If I want to go to sell my business And you talk to people and say, man, I'm all the time on my videos, we got the prettiest little place in the whole world, Stokes County, and I don't want to change the name. I like Stokes County. I like it. And I mean it. I have lived here for 46 years. I've raised my children here. And I was born in West Virginia. I know y'all can tell there's something different about me, but I was raised here. I've lived 20-mile radius all my life. And I love it. And I support Stokes County. But I don't want to lose my home. I mean, to live that close, and I appreciate the farms, what he's doing, but I'd much rather have a cow to eat, and I'd much rather have the vegetables to eat than solar panels to drive by every day and look. My friend owns that place up there off of Tucker Road, or near Tucker Road, the wedding venue, and she has cried. She said, I can't believe that they're doing this. I put all my money into this. You know, all my life. I remember when y'all flooded the land, and when y'all come down through and flooded all the areas for Forsyth County and everything. I was 16 years old. Y'all made it pretty now. People can go out and do stuff, but these solar panels, people drive into town and they see them. And I know you're saying you're going to give us a 200-foot leadway, or you going to put a big thing up around it or what to cover it, because people still going to see it. And I want it to be attractive. Monaco is a beautiful little town. I've always said that, and finally I had a lady come up to me. She said, you're right, y'all have got a pretty little town. We drawing people. Have you noticed all the people that are moving to Walnut Cove and want to start a business? I mean it, they're coming to town. I got people every week. I want to buy some land here. Where can I go? I don't want to stand them up here to Danbury. I want them to stay in Walnut Cove. I want to stay down here. But when they see all this stuff coming up, they don't want to stay. My cousin and them bought a farm. I talked them into it over there off of Martin Luther King. She called me up, what is going on? What's happening down here? I had no idea. We wasn't warned. I like to have been warned about what was going to happen, because that's a lot of land. And I know that's y'all's land. You can do what you want to with it. But think right now, make sure when you're voting on this stuff, you consider people like us. We don't want to have no health issues. I done been through cancer. I don't want that no more. But I want to thank you tonight that y'all allowed us to come and speak and voice our opinion. Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Martha Hartley.
Thank you for having me up here again for the second public hearing. Well, the first time I spoke to you, I voiced my concerns about nuclear power. We have to have energy. Here we are with our lights on, the screen, the television. How do we get our energy? And I would propose to you that renewables in the form of solar and wind are much more benign than nuclear power. So we've got to choose a way to generate our power, or the power companies do. And I'm not here to promote this particular project. I'm just here to voice my support for renewable energy, and hope that Stokes County and its planning department can see a way to think about that, so that we take the best care of ourselves and our environment. Thank you.
Yvonne Craver.
I don't have anything wrote down to say. I've got concerns. I have land joining their land. I just don't want our land to get messed up. I don't want in a few years, if my son decides he wants to move and build a home down there, he's got to worry about the land. I don't want to tell anybody what to do with their property. I don't want anyone to tell me what to do with my property. What Duke Power said sounds good. Sounds good that we get some extra money in the county, but I'm still afraid of it. I have my reservations. That's all I've got to say.
Eric Craver.
Good evening. I've been a surveyor in Stokes County for 40 years. My wife, we've been married for 40 years. We live in King now, but her family's farm is Walnut Cove. It's 25 acres that joins Mr. Couch's farm. To see the changes that have been made down there, it was kind of encouraging to see more farms in the areas. We're seeing those. I've been doing a whole lot of it over the years, just taking up a lot of farmland in Stokes County and turning it into subdivisions. I've done a lot of it. It's a good plan. As far as I've seen plans and the way Duke Energy has it laid out, it's not a bad plan. To me, it's just, what does the county want? Do we want solar panels? Do we want homes? Would we like families? We like to see the growth. People wanted to drive through. When I first moved down there, Total Road was lined with longleaf pines, large oak trees. Two people couldn't reach around. It was a beautiful place. It had overgrown from the farmland it once had been. Mr. Couch had turned it into a nice operating farm. Not opposed to solar energy. I'm not sure exactly how effective it is. We have about 4 hours of solar light during a day as average in North Carolina, and that's clear days when the sun's shining. So as to how much generation we'll get out of it, I don't know. That's the technical guys. They can tell you that that deal with it. I just have some concern about what's going to come out of it, the cost, what we gain for what we lose with having the panels down there, and what it's going to take up on a whole big farm. And my understanding, as much as buffers they want to put around it, solar panels have to get sunlight, and you can't put trees above the solar panels because then you don't get any sunshine. So there's some concerns about what exactly we will be seeing. Thank you.
Patty, I'm sorry, I can't read your last name. From Walnut Cove. Patty. Starts with maybe. Looks like it starts with a W, but it might be a D.
I'm Patty Dunlap, and kind of sort of live in Walnut Cove. That's my address, but you know how addresses go in Stokes County. My family, our sons are third generation business owners in Stokes County. We're very proud to be in Stokes County. I have a little bit of a different take on the solar panels. I'm all about clean energy and renewable energy. However, where this is located, I'm all about history. I'm the president of the Historical Society in Stokes County, and I have been for 14 years. This is a very historic site, very historic property. You have a former plantation home on this property. It was in very bad disrepair the last time I saw it 12 years ago. However, there may be an outbuilding like a detached kitchen that is still salvageable. You have that. That property was settled in 1786, I believe, by the Hostin family. And they had huge amounts of land. They had, unfortunately, a large amount of enslaved people. And the black enslaved people, and there are many of their descendants in Stokes County and surrounding counties, surrounding states. They go by the last name of Hairston. And there is a slave graveyard that may be impacted by this project. I know there was reference to cultural sites, so I hope that has been located and will be deemed as a place that is not to be messed with. My friend and fellow board member, Chad Bailey, is here. These are some of Chad's ancestors that are buried here, and he can probably tell you exactly where this graveyard is located. Also, on this same property, and I'm not sure that this would be impacted by the solar farm, but along the river, and that is agricultural completely now. That is a sacred site. You had the Sara Indians that lived, they had a substantial village there. It is a sacred burial site for Sara Indians. And Saras are, as we all know, very important to Stokes County history. So I hope that these things will be, that you'll take this into consideration. We have a beautiful county, and when they're talking about the view from Hanging Rock, I'm thinking about the view from Tuttle Road. And Mr. Couch, I applaud you for taking this area back to agriculture, like it probably was in the late 1700s, and creating beautiful pasture land, having agriculture first and foremost there again. And the view is phenomenal from Tuttle Road. So please consider that. And the buffers, as several people have mentioned, the buffers on the solar farms that we have in Stokes County now, they are not substantial. You are looking right at these solar panels, wherever they are. They're not hidden. So we hope that you will consider all these things, and thank you.
Chad Bailey.
Good evening. My name is Chad Bailey. I'm a 5th grade grandson of Peter Hairston and Sally Blagg. Sally Blagg was once a slave to Peter Hairston. And I think the solar panels is a great idea. It's just a bad location. There's a lot of history in that area. The Sara Indians, the Hairston Plantation, and also the Great Wagon Road also went through there. And I'm the vice president of the Stokes County Historical Society. And that's all I have to say.
Dr. Donna Price-Merrills.
Good evening, County Commissioners and fellow Stokes County residents. I currently reside in Forsyth County, but I am originally from Stokes County. I worked at Hanging Rock throughout my entire high school time at North Stokes High School. I am also a part of Chad Bailey's family and have relatives that are Hairstons. You're wiping out a very, very important cultural, historical, sacred area if you move forward with this project. I take my friends from several different places when they come to visit to Hanging Rock. I take them back to our Bailey Town farm. I've walked my mother's land. It is adjacent to this area, to this project. I've walked it several times. And to erase it, the Sara Town Indians, the historical slave graveyard, that's literally raping culture. I ask you as a former North Carolina educator, educate the children of all of the history, not just a little portion of the history. It is important, it is impactful to not only the residents of the county, but also to our tourists that come and visit. I am also a supporter of looking at different ways to have better energy sources. I do not feel that this is the right one. And my father had asked me to go and look at these solar panels. They're not sufficient. One day I wanted to come back and build a home here. And I have fear of what this is going to look like, of my pretty, beautiful tapestry that currently is surrounding where I would put that home. That family land has been in my family for over 150 years. It's beautiful. It's like a breath of fresh air. I've lived other places. I've lived in Atlanta. I've lived in Maryland. And I currently live in Forsyth County. But it's nothing like coming home to Stokes County and seeing the beautiful landscape that we have. It's nothing like seeing that beautiful view once you've hiked to the top of Hanging Rock. I ask you to please take into consideration voting to approve this project and the impact that it has on all of the different points that everyone has made. Thank you for your time.
That concludes the public hearing.
There's one more. There's one more.
One more she wants to. I know she did.
Hello, Commissioners. Hello, fellow Stokes Countyans. I'm sorry I didn't sign up. I've never been to a meeting like this before, so I didn't realize I was supposed to. But anyway, just thank you so much for listening. I know y'all are all tired and ready to go home, so I'll try to keep it short. I know I have to anyway. One thing I wanted to talk about is just the general nature of Stokes County and what it's like as to live in Stokes County. And the general geography of Stokes County is beautiful forest lands and beautiful farmland. And so that's really the essential nature of Stokes County. And I feel like as leaders of Stokes County, it's important to consider what the character and what the characteristics of the land are and what the uses of the land are of the people that live here. And one thing that's so important, I think, about South Stokes County is the prevalence of beautiful farmland. And I just want to go through just a few points from a paper I got from Essex County Conservation Alliance about solar farms. One thing is what's being proposed here is a 667 acre large industrial installation. What's being proposed here is not anything to do with a farm, but it's an industrial installation. So a solar farm is an industrial site that has nothing to do with farming or forestry or anything related to agriculture. So it's against the basic nature of what Stokes County is. For all intensive purposes, a solar farm is an industrial enterprise that is wholly unrelated to and not supportive of any farm or forestry use. So that's totally against the whole nature of what Stokes County is. In fact, the construction of a solar power generation site on land previously dedicated to farming is actually destructive of the underlying farm acreage. So we'll be taking land out of farming and really probably destroying it forever. Farmland lost is farmland lost forever. You can't put it back. So that's what we have. It's a little bit of a misnomer when they say a solar farm. It's not really a farm at all. It's a industrial installation. The economic impact of solar farms on a rural county may be negative. Farm employees lose jobs, work is lost in farm service occupations, few permanent jobs are created, the cost of county services go up, probably the cost of electricity will go up drastically forever, just like in Texas and California. So, and the revenue from tourism may be adversely affected, just as other people have commented.
The reality is that a solar farm typically provides little, if any, regular employment to local residents of a rural area. So the solar farm doesn't really benefit much of the local people except for the people that are getting money from leasing the land. So it's not really beneficial to the whole county. Solar farms pose significant environmental risks. Productive topsoil is destroyed, runoff and erosion of contaminated soil can occur. Storms can damage solar panels containing highly toxic metals known to be carcinogens like cadmium and lead and zinc. And cleanup of toxic waste product in soil is extremely costly and very difficult, if not impossible. Let's see. Just a couple more points. The impact on local residents near the solar project, I think several people have mentioned that. The conversion of agriculture property to industrial site can adversely affect the property values, the health and safety, and the quality of life of local residents. So we have to really think about if you have all those solar panels and some of them can fail and leach all those toxic chemicals into the ground, and that can be there forever. I know they said they'd be cleaning up. And I guess the main point that I want to make is that we have to really think about what the character of our county is, and what do we want it to be, and do we really want to just get rid of our farmland for an industrial facility that on 667 acres that's not really going to benefit the local residents, except maybe the person that owns the place. So that's what I'm going to say.
As soon as we take a 15-minute bathroom break.
15 minutes.
You see how many people's in here? They can't all go to the bathroom.
There's bathrooms on the other.
Let's get back on track. I made a promise to you. Come on up. The Duke Energy people, after this, we want y'all to come up and we're going to ask you questions and give you a chance to respond.
Will you state your name, please?
Yes, hi. My name is Maria Caramari. I'm a Stokes resident for the last 3 years. I moved here from New York for the last 15 years. We're trying to decommission the power plant in Indian Point, New York. There was a huge controversy, a lot of cancer cases in the surrounding counties compared to the entire New York state. For 15 years of legal battles, it was finally decommissioned, the number 3 reactor in 2021. So I wanted to move to a county where there were no nuclear plants around me. I heard too many horror stories and I didn't want my family to be part of that, with dealing with cancer and tumors and all of that. There were plenty of, if you Google Indian Point controversy in New York, you'll find documentaries and resident interviews of all the horror stories. Anyway, so it's really up to you to stop it here. I know you have no power over like regulations and about nuclear things and all the inspections, but if you let it go from here, you're opening up Pandora's box to what's coming in Stokes County. And nothing can be done to stop it. So this is our only time and place to say no to this, because once it gets, and from what I heard and did some research, they're planning to build a small modular reactor which is not really regulated. It will probably be one of the few in the United States. It's not like the other big plants that are regulated and they still have issues. Just for your information, Germany in 2021 decommissioned all power plants. So maybe we should learn something from them. So let's just, find out more information before you approve this. And a lot of people think, well, it takes an accident, something like flooding or an earthquake for an accident to happen, for something to go bad. Well, it doesn't take an accident for a nuclear plant to release radioactivity into our air, water, and soil. All it takes is the plant's everyday routine operation and federal regulation permit these radioactive releases. A reactor's fuel rods, pipes, tanks, and valves can leak. Mechanical failure and human error can also cause leaks. As the nuclear plant ages, so does its equipment, and leaks generally increase. So unless you can tell me those parts are made 100% here in the United States, and there is a trade war going on right now, how are you going to get those reactors fixed if you have no parts? And President Trump says we should go back to coal. Why risk it? There is beautiful, clean coal available. Why take this huge risk here in Stokes County? If you let this go, we're gonna have. You're not gonna be able to take it back because you're gonna be inviting companies here to come and build power plants. And Duke has already a plan or a concept in phase to build a 600 megawatt. From what I read here, the advanced nuclear in the works would produce 600 megawatts, which theoretically could be expanded. And right now, the Creek steam station burns coal and natural gas, produces 2,200 megawatts. So why don't we just expand the current coal factory there, which is not as risky. And you can get clean, beautiful coal, not dirty coal. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
coal is very clean. Bituminous coal is dirty, and they pay for the cheap bituminous coal.
Come on up, Jimmy.
Steve,
Don't be a chicken. Come on up.
I drew the short straw. I just want to, I'll keep it brief, address a couple of the comments. So, yeah, a lot of it surrounds the buffer, the view shed, and I know a third-party developer at the Lick Creek site, they have come up way short on what they have done. You know, that's a third-party developer. They don't have the relationship with the county. They haven't been here 50 years. They're not looking to engage in county activities and be here, you know, have a relationship to grow with the county. We are. We're looking to do it right. If we do it wrong, you can call us out on it. We'll fix it. Ms. Dunlap, Mr. Bailey, I believe you've been talking to Mr. Couch about the cultural resource items in the cemetery and the plantation house. Those are all, I believe, outside of our fence line, our project area. You know, like I said, we're more than welcome to keep you engaged as we get more cultural resource surveys done. And then lastly, just I know there was some talk about chemicals and leaching. I would like to call Mr. Tommy Cleveland up. He is wrote our health and safety report and is a licensed engineer and worked for the Clean Energy Center at NC State for over a decade and is somewhat of a subject matter area expert in these areas.
Thank you. My name's Tommy Cleveland. I just want to speak a few minutes to some of the concerns that were raised about health or safety from the solar. The solar that's proposed here is same kind of panels that are used across the state, across the world. They're silicon-based panels. They don't include any cadmium, and they've been proven out decades in the field and a lot of academic studies that they're extremely safe. They're not at risk of leaching anything into the ground or the soil or the water. And PFAS, there's somebody concerned about that. It is something concerning in our environment in general, but solar is not a source of PFAS. As you heard, Mr. Rufus that was concerned about it, said it. Essentially, all these different parts of the solar panels, none of them have PFAS in them, and just ask the question, or does some other part of the solar panel have PFAS? And no, it doesn't. It's in our report, I go through that and show what the panels are made of and show that there's not PFAS in solar panels. So it's not anything to worry about from solar development. I'll stop there. I'd be glad to answer questions if you got something more.
Question?
I do. Tell me again, did you say that, or did someone speak to that the panels would come from Canada? That's where they're manufactured, all of them?
Somebody else with the project could answer that better.
Yeah, I'll say the modules that were used in our site plan it's a company called Canadian Solar. No equipment has been purchased. This is all preliminary equipment. We wouldn't look to buy modules for a couple more years. So any decision on who the company is that they would purchase from has yet to be made.
So it could be anywhere. Be China, Japan. I don't know who makes them.
There's a plethora of options out there. There's been a lot more domestic content modules being manufactured in the United States as well.
Thank you. That's the only question I've got right now.
What about the safety of fire standpoint? If you had some type of fire, anything could burn, I'm sure.
On the module?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can address that, and that's covered in my health and safety assessment report. There's a little bit that can burn in the module, but not much. There's a piece of glass on the front, a piece of glass on the back, and then the silicon cells in the middle, and none of that will burn. But there's thin waterproofing plastic in between the glass and the cells that can burn. It's a very minimal amount of plastic. And there's insulation on the wiring. Just like any electrical wiring, that insulation on it, the insulation is flammable. So it's a very small amount. If you get a short circuit or some kind of fault that has an arc that could start a fire, it can burn very locally, but it can't spread module to module. There's just not enough there to burn.
That's where I was going. Could it go from module to module?
No, it won't. Yeah, and I've got experience in the
the field and talking with folks building them, and every so often there will be electrical problem. Usually nobody knows about it until later they find it, and it's like, oh, there was a little spot right here that shorted out, and they'll replace it, but it never spreads.
One type is very volatile and it's actually toxic, and that's the type they use in the solar panels. It's not the kind cooked with the little pencils. It's called I can't really pronounce it, but it's cyclohexyl. And that's the one that you make solar panels out of. What do you have to say about that?
That, I think some chemical, in some part of the manufacturing process perhaps, but that's not what.
No, that's the whole thin layer over the whole panel of silicone. It's made out of that.
The silicon that the cells are made of is refined from quartz sands. Quartz is silicon dioxide, silicon with oxygen. They split off the oxygen and you're left with pure silicon, and that's what the cells are made of. They're silicon photovoltaic cells.
How many solar farms have y'all decommissioned?
So far, Duke has not decommissioned a solar farm. None has reached the end of its life.
I read several articles. Trust me, I've know more about solar farms than I want to know. I'm glad you answered that question, because I don't think anybody's decommissioned one, because it's still a new fad that I think is being forced by the government, because you got to meet a certain regulation. But I'm concerned about panels not being made in the United States. They are starting to make them. Coming out of the steel business, the recyclers absolutely hate them because they can't be melted down. They got to be taken apart. The aluminum casing has to be unscrewed. The aluminum's melted. It ain't like a car. We had systems where you could melt a whole car and it would sort out the chemicals and the stuff. But solar panels is going to be an expensive recycling proposition. Another concern is there's going to be so many being decommissioned at the same time. Now, it's a golden opportunity for somebody, and how do y'all guess at the cost of what that's going to cost 35 years from now?
No way.
So I'll kind of answer that in pieces. So the recycling, as I mentioned, there's a company in Salisbury who say they can recycle 90% of the module. I don't know how they do it. I don't know their operating costs, but they've been in business for a few years now, I believe, and they're looking to expand. So it is definitely an emergent industry. As more and more solar facilities will require, they'll be done with their useful life, and they'll require more recycling. So we anticipate that the industry will be growing as there's a use.
How many panels will be on this site?
I think our estimate right now is 260,000, give or take.
That's all I got. Rick, you up?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to pick up on Keith's comment, you guys are in an interesting position. You got one level of government forcing you to do this. You got another level of government you have to get to agree to do it. And two of them are not necessarily in sync, so they're a bit of a catch-22, it seems like. But
so I would say Duke has clean energy goals, and part of that is driven by the state of North Carolina. How we get to those clean energy goals takes certain you go from coal to gas. It also involves nuclear, also involves wind, also involves solar. Some are more cost effective and can be online sooner to help meet those goals. We're trying to diversify our portfolio and not put all of our eggs in one basket.
yeah, I understand that, and the solar is just such an inefficient way of doing all this is why I think it kind of draws more attention, a lot of negative attention a lot of times than the others. Let me take a little bit of a different approach to this. For those of you that have followed me over the years on solar, from the time before we started the one in Walnut Cove, I've been a very vocal opponent of putting solar farms in Stokes County. That being said, if you go fast forward a little bit, all of a sudden we have two big solar farms that have been approved. The one in Walnut Cove, which is city and county, and then this one that's right beside of your proposed thing. It's the one's called Bear Creek, I think, right? 500 more acres that I think they started clearing the land, but I haven't seen any activity there to build it. But that's a big giant one that's already approved, right in the same area where you guys are going. So from a policy, kind of a background or policy kind of perspective, I've shifted my position or my approach from trying to prevent solar farms to trying to contain them and limit them. That's what a new strategy that this board maybe could adapt if we wanted to do that. And could y'all put that chart back up that shows the location of the farm? Is that that one right there? So when I'm thinking about containing, since we've got them already, we can't stop them from coming. Like I said, my thought process is, why don't we try to contain them? And so if I look at this thing and draw a big circle around it, and then I guess you'd have to draw the circle around the Lick Creek one in Walnut Cove, what by default we've ended up with is I think Mike Fox called it a solar district or whatever. You could call it a solar containment area, which kind of strikes me as being the next best thing to being able to prevent them entirely. So, and then the other discussion I think we've had informally, some of the board members have, since we don't particularly like solar farms, at least try to limit them to a certain percentage. And we've talked about maybe 1% of the total land mass of Stokes County might be a reasonable limitation that couldn't easily be challenged in legal proceedings or whatever. And I don't know if that's true or not, but it kind of, from a common sense perspective, it seems like you're not discriminating against a particular business, that being solar farms, but you are limiting it for obvious reasons. So if you take those two things and stick them together, you have, say, hypothetically a 1% limitation on the amount of land that can be used for these things in the county, and then you have them contained in this specific area here, like that's away from Hanging Rock Park and other areas that it might be a bigger problem if you had them there. So like I said, that's kind of my approach to doing this. The previous, going forward from where I started with, was preventing them completely. So then if you look at the two that's already approved, they were both approved by previous boards, and they were both found to be consistent with the 2035 plan for limited development. I forget the exact term, but and I think a solar farm kind of meets that criteria of limited commercial development versus something like a big industry that has trucks and cars coming in and out every day and lots of people and things like that. More of a disruption. So with that, let me go to the Duke Energy's application. I'll address it specifically. First of all, I've looked at all of these plans, either as county manager or as a county commissioner, and I think this is the most comprehensive and professionally prepared plan of the ones I've looked at. I think the last time I had 35 or 40 written questions before I even got to the meeting on the last solar farm. After I read your package, I didn't have any questions really, per se. So that gives me some confidence that I think you guys have really put a lot of effort into into what you're doing here with this particular farm. I think the application also states, and somebody said tonight, that you guys will be the permanent owner of this solar farm. That's been a big concern with us on previous ones, of getting sold off and everybody losing the chain of command here about who's responsible for what. But that gives me a good bit of comfort knowing that Duke Energy would be the permanent owner of the solar farm, and I would encourage you to do that. Also, it's stated in the plan that the landowner is going to continue to do agricultural uses for the remainder of the land he has there, plus this idea of putting sheep in there, which I think was in the written plan and was mentioned tonight. That really seems like a good idea to be able to have a much better solar farm than the ones we see around other parts of the county, as far as maintaining the vegetation and so forth. So I was kind of encouraged by that a little bit as well. I'm also kind of encouraged a little bit by this one, by the fact that Mr. Couch, we all go through there all the time for various reasons on Tuttle Road, and it is a very beautiful place, and I'm kind of encouraged by looking at the way what he's done with the land up to this point, from an agricultural perspective, from keeping it looking beautiful and everything. So I think that's an indicator that he, and working with Duke Energy, would try to make this solar farm better than the ones that we're used to. And certainly between the two parties, you have the resources to do that as well. So that also gives me some comfort. On the 200-foot setback, I think maybe Jimmy mentioned to me that you would consider going to 300. I don't think that's important. I think 200 is fine. I think what everybody really wants you guys to do is to put a buffer up at where you can't see this thing. If you got the money and the resources and the knowledge, that can be done, I believe. I believe you can put a vegetative type of buffer up that will keep people from having to see the exposed panels like they are in Walnut Cove and so forth that Chad was mentioning earlier. So I feel pretty comfortable that you guys would honor that and watch it to keep it that way. As far as Duke Energy goes, I've been dealing with you guys as county manager or county commissioner for 20 years now. I think I've been dealing with Jimmy specifically for about that amount of time. He's been in pretty much the same job, and all those dealings have been very positive. Based on the partnership that the county's had with you guys, and the way that you've come through and honored things that you've committed to in the past, I feel pretty comfortable that you'll continue to do the same thing. Because like you said, you're kind of part of the county, unlike some of these third-party folks that put up other solar farms. You're also the largest taxpayer in the county, and somebody mentioned that earlier. That's a big deal. That's a lot of tax money that our individual residents don't have to pay. And if we're fortunate enough to move forward with this nuclear proposition that we're working on together, we may be able to not just reduce the tax rate, we may be able to reduce taxes as a whole for county residents, because there will be that much difference in the value of the property, the number of people employed there, and to me, it'll be like a game changer for the county in a very positive way. The other thing is, like I said, first of all, I've said I'm pretty comfortable with the fact that the landowner and you guys will follow your commitments to what you say you're going to do. The other thing, if we are able to come up with a cap of, say, 1% or some percentage less than that, hopefully, maybe, if we get this solar farm in, I think we will be approaching that number to where we would probably not have another solar farm come to the county. So I know we'd be getting very close to the amount of acreage, say even at 1%, I think we would. So that goes back to my containment issue and limitation issue. I would feel like we had a success if you guys put a better than normal solar farm in there. We were able to use that to fill in our additional acreage up to a point where we could cap these things and keep the rest of them out of the county. I think that would be a kind of a logical approach for our board to proceed with, and that's something that we'll all have to think about. And like I said, I also think, and myself and the planning director had a little discussion on this, I think this is consistent with the 2035 plan. The way our plan is written, it could be interpreted either way. He's not wrong for having his opinion. I'm not wrong for having mine, but I think especially since the previous boards did find that they were consistent, I feel like this one would be even more so, probably based on the plans that you guys have presented to us. So based on that, I'm leaning toward approval of this commercial solar farm that Duke wants to do in order to accomplish my bigger task of having a containment area for solar in the county where it can't go anywhere else, and also being able to limit it. So that's kind of where I'm at this point. I don't think I have any questions yet, but that's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Right? So, I guess and I agree with a lot of stuff that what Commissioner Morris is saying. So in my head, let me just kind of real briefly kind of where I'm at. So I'm a big property rights owner type guy, where, you know, it's your property, and for the most part you can do, you know, whatever you want to do within certain boundaries, you know, of the law. Duke Energy, I got nothing but the utmost respect for Duke Energy. It's not, well, I'll go to the other side in a minute, but and I want to keep separate the nuclear part. I'm not going to talk about that right now. I don't want to mix that with, because it's totally different. It's on a totally different scale whatsoever with that. But with this, you know, I have no doubt in my mind that what you're saying you're going to do, you're going to do. And obviously, you're not going nowhere. I mean, the company is sound. You're involved in the community, and so it's not. What I'm getting ready to say is has nothing to do with Duke Energy. Total respect. But on the other side of my brain, as I'm listening to everybody here, and I think that's why a lot of times we have public hearings and nobody comes. So I attended one of the, I don't know what officially you would call it, the briefing where, you know, the residents would come out, and you all did a good job. And there's probably one or two people that come out, and none of them that, you know, that approached me that I talked to objected to it. I took a couple phone calls over the past couple weeks. They really weren't complaining too much about this, but they were adamant with me. I live in the northwest part of the county. That's why I moved to Stokes County, retired to Stokes County to build, you know, to build my farm because of the rural lifestyle and because of how beautiful Stokes County is. So these people that call me, they kind of, you know, think like I do, but their thing was, hey, if it has to be approved, I guess okay, do it. But I don't want it coming over here.
So then I'm sitting here and I'm listening to people coming in, and you know, I mean, I'm a history buff. I respect history. Stokes County's got a strong culture, strong history, and you know, so I hear a little bit, you know, with the land. Is it the Bailey land? Yes. So I mean, and I get that part, and then you know, Mrs. Dunlap, you know, said what she had to say, and I got a lot of respect for her being the chair of the historical commission. And then, you know, I'm hearing personal stories about how, you know, that they're afraid it's going to affect the actual scenery of Stokes County, the image of Stokes County. I don't like solar farms. That's my personal opinion, but I'm a board of commissioner. I gotta weigh what's good for the county, and I gotta listen, you know, to both sides to make that determination. And I wasn't on the board when those two other projects were approved, because I wouldn't have voted for them. We've got to somehow, we got to feel, I'm not going to go on and on. I'm going to cut to the chase. I want more information, and not just information. I want commitments from Duke Energy in writing, and I want to involve legal, and of course the manager, and if I can get enough votes to do that before I will approve or I will vote to say yes, that, you know, we will rezone that property and put that solar farm there. I'm not saying that it's and the reason I'm saying this is because people at times they just don't share opinions. I wish that, and I talk to some people, it's like, you know, I need to hear your opinion, and it's like it don't matter. Government don't listen to anybody. It's whether it's kind of like what Wayne was talking about with the dog stuff. You see stuff on social media. Oh, you know, they're in it for the money. The board of commissioners, you know, the Duke Energy's paying them off. You know, which is a total lie. And again, I respect Duke Energy, but I got to be honest with you guys. I mean, after listening to the stuff and I hear what you say about the water and what's you know, what's not on those solar panels and this and that, but my recommendation is that, you know, we need to negotiate, and before that is done, I'm not voting for it, and that's all I got to say.
I have a few more minutes. I got a couple questions. Can I ask this question? This whole idea, did it originate with Duke Power approaching Mr. Couch, or did Mr. Couch approach Duke Power with this plan?
Duke Power approached Mr. Couch.
All right, thank you. And let's see what my other question was. And you said Duke Power would be the permanent owner?
Correct.
Of the solar farm, so they're not just leasing the land.
But we're leasing the land. We will own the project.
Okay, well that's a whole different story. It's different if you lease the land versus owning the land. So, in my opinion, to me it's different. So this is where I have a hang up with this whole thing, and especially after listening to all the speakers tonight. One thing I want to point out is if the people in Stokes County wanted to look at an industrial site, they wouldn't live here in Stokes County, because that's just not the character of our county. And the rural community values and the traditional way of life, I don't think they want this type of disruption to that. And I think we heard that tonight. And you talk about how it's beneficial to the county, but to me, other than the tax value that you bring up. The solar projects don't really adequately benefit the community or enhance our quality of life. I think it truly only benefits the developer. And, you know, people keep asking me when we talk about this, will I see any reduction in my tax bill because of this? And I can't tell them yes or no, and y'all probably can't tell them yes or no. But that's what most people are concerned about. You know, there might be some value to it to them if they knew, hey, I might, you know, get 20% less in my power bill because we have nuclear and we have, you know, this solar farm or whatever. And so that's the only thing that people have, you know, said to me. I have lots of questions. I'm just not convinced. You know, and if you do read a lot, like Commissioner Wood has said on it, and you see both sides, and both sides have pretty compelling arguments about it. So the fact that they haven't been, a lot of them haven't been decommissioned yet, and you don't know all the environmental impacts and what they're going to be down the road, and microplastics and water contamination and all the things that people have questions about. I don't know that we can adequately answer them yet because they haven't been around long enough to see in 50 years what are we leaving the land like. I mean, some people say it's never useful for anything again. You can't farm it, you can't put animals on it or anything. I'm not saying I say that. I'm saying some of the people that I've read have said that. But so I'm definitely, I'm a big fan of Duke Power, and I appreciate their commitment to our community and what they've done for our communities and our schools and all that. But I'm not a fan of these solar farms, and I'm like Brad, if I would have been on this board, I would not have voted for either one of those other ones either. I think Mr. Morris is the only one that was on here when those were being discussed out of us 5.
I didn't vote for the last one.
But I'm just saying, I mean, we weren't here. We didn't approve them. So, you know, I do have a lot of concerns about the historical aspects that were brought up. And, you know, I think that, I know you wouldn't halfway do something. If you're going to do it, I know you're going to do a good job with it. I know you'll have all your T's crossed and your I's dotted, and, you know, you will protect the educational resources that might be there as well as the historical, but that's still not enough for me when the planning board doesn't want it, this water and sewer authority oppose it. My vote would be no if I had to vote right now.
Do y'all have other solar panels in North Carolina anywhere?
Sorry, what was that?
Y'all have other solar panels in North Carolina somewhere?
Yes, Commissioner.
County?
Yes, we do.
What county are they in?
We have some in Davis County. We have some in Nash County. We have some in, I'm testing my knowledge here. Davie County.
You have them in David County?
Davie County.
Okay. I'm like Commissioner Wood. I think I become a solar panel expert this weekend. I stayed on the computer all weekend, looking at the do's and don'ts, pluses, minus, negative, positive. You know, and I read, you know, like he was talking about taking them to get them recycled or take them to a landfill. There's only certain landfills you take these things to. They got to be lined, and there's certain ones. And I read all that stuff, you know. And I'm trying to make a positive thing out of this, but I'm kind of like the other two commissioners here. I'm not sold yet, but I'm not saying I really oppose it. But I really want to go look at some other places, and that's what I'm going to do before I make my decision. There's other places I want to go look at.
Commissioner, we're more than welcome to have you on a tour of one of our facilities.
You already know what commitments you want in writing?
Well,
Or you want to come up with them?
no, I think that we need to collectively, even if I guess is it appropriate to go into a closed session like an economic development thing if we want to talk certain conditions?
No. No.
Depends on whether they're wanting to ask if conditions are legal. But
You're looking for legal advice on.
that's correct. Yeah,
Right.
that's what I was going to say on that.
Yeah.
But
But strictly to figure out what conditions you might want to ask the developers to consider, that would need to be done in public.
Well, that, and I want to ask a couple other things I don't want to say in open session. That's, legal. Legal.
Oh, legal
questions. We can negotiate everything else in open session. We got a problem with that.
So do we move it to action and vote?
Well, if we move it to action now, I'll vote no.
I'll vote no.
Yeah,
I would move it to action tonight.
I've never been in this position. The reason I'm asking the question.
Can I make a suggestion?
Please.
I would recommend you decide to put this on your next agenda for discussion, to continue this discussion. And in the meantime, a way forward might be for those of you that want to pursue the appropriateness of various types of conditions, one-on-one, have that dialogue with me, or give me a call or shoot an email or whatever, and I can kind of condense and can collate that stuff back, down so that we can make the best of the conversation at your next meeting.
But what's going to change? If you put lipstick on a pig, it's still a pig.
Well, okay. I think what we just heard was two commissioners want to explore
Oh my gosh.
the appropriateness of conditions that might make the project look more appealing.
Exactly.
All right.
Yeah.
Pig or no pig.
With or without the lipstick.
So we need to take a vote on it, or can we get a unanimous agreement to put it on the next discussion?
That's fine.
I'm fine with voting on the nuclear.
We've already moved that.
That's already moved
Go to action.
Yep.
All right.
We're moving this, so.
We're going to table this.
Discussion next meeting.
Move it to the next meeting for discussion.
So that brings up, correct.
This is getting tabled to the next meeting.
Right, just on back to
On
discussion.
discussion. Okay.
And hopefully there's going to be a lot of activity that occurs between now and then to make that
Well, it will be on my part.
fruitful discussion.
Yeah, it will be on my part.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm fine with that. I'm interested to see your conditions.
Okay, request to amend the Stokes County Animal Control Ordinance.
Yes, sir. Got the proposal in front of you. We made a few changes to it from the last meeting. We had in the suggested move from 3 size to 4 size. This is when I met with the advisory board. They asked for that. Then we put back in there the natural shade or natural shade or artificial shade for dogs that's tied out from direct sunlight. So have to have some kind of shade. And we added in the bedding of straw, shavings, or some kind of organic material to use for bedding. We put that in there. Then we received another thing with some other corrections in there where we changed some things around. Some of the lettering, some of the definitions got mixed up, so we changed that to match what definition it was supposed to be. We just missed it when some stuff got moved around and got a different number in front of it, different letter in front of it. So we changed that. Like I said, met with the advisory board a week ago. I think it's right, a week ago. And and that was the things they asked for, the things they talked about. There was some other concerns we addressed. One of them, and I think some of the board has addressed it, about us destroying the animal that we can't catch. And we have to serve the citizens along with the animals. So if you have an animal that we exhaust all attempts to try to catch, then we still have to serve that citizen of getting the animal off their property. They shouldn't have to have the animal still running around their property just because we couldn't catch it or get it tranquilized or whatever. That's why it's in there. But it will be, a last resort. It's not a first resort. It's not a second resort. It is a last resort. So, and I want people to understand that. And I know there's some stuff on the tethering about the 7 foot. That's a minimum. If you want to move it back up to the minimum of 10 foot, that's fine with me. I don't have an issue with that. I put 7 foot as a minimum on it. If y'all want to move it back up to 10 foot, we can. That's here or neither to me either way on that, on the length of the chain. Any other concerns or questions?
I'm trying. They have requested. What's the magical July 25th? Is she still here?
Sandra.
I assumed it was to accommodate their next quarterly meeting.
Okay. I'm trying to figure out if that would accomplish anything. Input, please.
I think based on all the comments we've heard tonight that we ought to allow some additional time for this to be discussed with the Animal Advisory Group. And we're not going to do everything. It's not going to end up being everything that all the animal zealots want. I mean,
We are not zealots, Rick.
don't talk to them.
It's getting late, and I wouldn't mind sending people home. I wouldn't mind going home myself.
I'm not saying an animal zealot's a bad thing. I mean, I'm
That's a compliment coming from Rick.
I'll make it animal lover, okay? I'm an animal lover myself, but we've got to draw a reasonable balance, of making sure the animals are treated in a humane fashion. Everybody wants to do that. We just probably have different ways about going about it. But you can't.
Can I say something? Now y'all see what I deal with at every advisory board meeting and every day. That's why when I say that I took this ordinance, been working for years, adopted to Stokes County with some of the stuff that we got. I made the changes to some of the stuff that got left out. I made the changes. It's a good ordinance. It takes care of the animals. It takes care of the citizens of Stokes County, and it allows us to serve both of them. I didn't take this because this is what I want. This ain't my personal opinion. This is what lawyers have looked at. And says it works.
All right, out. I don't have to put up with this. I need you to leave. And you know who you are. I'm looking right at you. But you need to show people respect. Did people laugh at you while you were talking? No.
No, because what I said made sense. Absolutely, what I said made sense.
Out. Tommy, I appreciate what you do. I am going to give them, if everybody agrees, the July 25th date, and we're going to put this to bed.
July 25th is a Friday. I think she was saying July 25th.
think-
Meeting after the 25th, I think is what
Okay.
we're saying.
I think they can meet before then, and we could. I know Tommy don't want to drag this out till then, and
She's meant July this year. Is what she
Okay.
meant.
I think we can resolve it before then. If
Yeah, I
the
think so,
board,
too.
advisory board will meet again with him, and this is my personal opinion. First of all, what we had before was updated in 23. Some of what we had, we were told was not enforceable, but legal approved it. They approved what we already had, the tethering policy we had in place. I don't have any problems with the tethering policy like it was. And if it just my opinion is to put the tethering part back like it was. Just don't change anything about that. Keep the 10 feet, keep the bedding requirements, the shade requirements, the kennel size, the extreme weather part, the stationary object part, cleaning out the feces every day. Just put that all back in there. Y'all, you can work on that with your advisory board, but I'm not saying it'd be easy to enforce it, and it might take more officers, it might take more time, you might need more people. I don't know what the answer is, but we're fixing to build a big old shelter, and I want it to be nice, and I want the people of this county to understand that we do care about animals, we do care about pets, and I don't want this county having a reputation that we don't care.
But if the people adopting don't know how to look after them,
well, there's a lot of people that don't know how to look after them.
It's not the animal. An animal shouldn't be. I don't know
A
how
lot
you
of people
solve
don't
it.
know how to look after kids either. I mean, that's
Thank you. And that's why we have the foster care problem that we have right now with nobody wanting to be foster parents and nobody, it's the same scenario. And the same people that do mistreat their kids are mistreating their animals.
as
So,
prime example, not to interrupt you, man. Prime example, we spent the past 2.5 weeks doing rabies clinics. We've done over 100 between Sandy Ridge and Lawsonville. We've done over 100, somewhere between 160 to 175 dollars vaccinating this county against rabies. Because there's no vets. So you got some in King, you don't have none in the backside county. So we're trying to reach out. That hasn't been done in years at this place. So I'm trying to do everything I can to reach out to the community. And when I say I broke this to fit to what I've seen in the past year, that's what it's been done.
I understand that. We are uniquely rural, and everything is not a one size fits all, and I get that. But we got to figure out some common ground with this, because I think we all do care about animals. We all do love dogs and cats and pets, and we're going to build this new shelter, and we want to have people who work in it that care about animals, that aren't rude to people who call up there. And I'm not saying, I'm just repeating what I see on social media. I don't know any exact experiences, but I'm just saying I don't like when I hear that stuff, because and if somebody might have had a really bad day when they picked up the phone. It happens to me in the beauty shop. It can happen in the animal shelter. I get that. But we got to do better. And we're better than this. We can do better, and we can have some common ground that I think we can reach. That's just my opinion.
Were we all in May meeting? Pick a date.
May. Yeah. It's April.
6 or 2.
You want to keep it at 6 o'clock probably if you're going to discuss it again.
What do we run into budget-wise? I don't want to put them through a
First
marathon.
meeting in May is the budget presentation. Public hearing is the second meeting in May.
Second meeting. So let's do it the first meeting. You got a date, Amber?
May 12th.
12th.
Are you talking about having it back on that meeting?
Yes.
Okay.
Can I make a comment?
Yes.
So, I guess as you go back through to this, to the committee or the advisory board, I just want everybody to understand that don't get confused with, we have a state statute that we can go by to charge people if they're, whatever they're doing cruelty-wise, neglect-wise. A lot of the stuff that is being separated was separated because when there are ordinances, we're just doing civil fines, and so it's two different things. So if you have a dog that is the water's not readily available, he's not being fed, if he's got a chain wrapped around his neck, we don't need a specific tethering ordinance to take that dog and charge that person. That is not going away. And I I got a little bit confused with some of the people were trying to talk about, like the state. We weren't going to enforce the law, and I just want to make it clear that we will enforce the law. And the second thing is this board right here, except for Commissioner Barneycastle, he wasn't on then. In early 23, and Shannon, she was the county manager then, and we heard from the department heads of the drastic needs, and I'll just focus on animal control because that's what we're on right now. But it was so dire and so below the ground as a neglected agency. The first thing that I was hit with after a couple meetings was that the sheriff wasn't gonna provide the deputies. That the agreement the previous boards had made for the sheriff to be over animal control. That's the first thing. So that changed the dynamics right there. It's not a fault of the previous animal control director, and it's not the fault of our current animal control director. The second thing that we did, we threw a lot of money at animal control right away in the middle of a budget year. A lot of money for training, for equipment. I mean, just a lot of stuff was just basic stuff that our animal control personnel needed to just minimally do the job. In the history, when you go back in Stokes County, when it comes to animal control, it ain't pretty. It's not. It's not pretty at all. We all want to move this county forward. But I just want to make sure that there's a lot of infrastructure that still has to be done in order to get us up to where we need to be, and we're working on that. But at the same time, we do want to listen to your concerns, and we do want to do a very good job. Unfortunately, it seems like that, animal control is just where people like to beat it a lot. And the stuff the good stuff they are doing, you don't hear anybody make any peeps about. But then, of course, the negative stuff that either is factual or perception, then you continually hear the drum beats and go on and on and on and on. So we want input, but please don't say that we are not going to enforce the law here in Stokes County. The state of North Carolina does not have a tethering law. Does not have a tethering law. They do not. The state doesn't.
Right, but that's why we need one. There's no
Well, ma'am, I'm not disagreeing with you right now, but just listen. We can still charge under state statute. Well, yes, we will. We will. And I'll let it go with that.
Only other thing I'd say is that I think it's section 2 of the I think it's the same in this ordinance as it was in the other one about, is that animal cruelty, section 2?
Yes, sir, I think so.
I think that, I don't know if you want to play with the wording on that or do anything as you do a further review of this, but that gives these guys a lot of leeway to be able to make judgments on when they see cruel, without having to have everything spelled out item by item. Gives you a lot of leeway to make a decision if an animal is being treated in a bad way or a cruel way versus not cruel.
Yes, sir, and that's...
I think a whole lot of it is just whatever the statute says or whatever the ordinance says or whatever, is when you're riding around and you see something that's obviously an animal being treated in a cruel way, then you can take action on it.
The word in there and that is pretty much verbatim off of North Carolina General Statute.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not exact, but it's pretty much.
And it's good wording. I
pretty
think it
much
gives you a
verbatim.
lot of leeway to.
And we put it in there. It's stayed in there. And 30 years in law enforcement, you understand. You got to have options. Every situation is different.
Yeah, they are.
It's not black and white. You got to have options. The agents and officers who got there, the sheriff's departments who respond, us who respond, has to have options to make the best decision for the animal, for the citizen, to do what's best.
Yeah.
And that's what we do.
Yeah, and that's the way it should be.
And that's why we make those. And there are certain things, cruelty, it's just straight up. Here's what it is. So that's, they listed in there, and that's what it is. So we go to what extent is the cruelty. So that's where you get into the felonies or misdemeanors or whatever. So it's, like I said,
I like the idea of being able for you guys to make a judgment when you see a specific situation, because like everyone's different, like you said, and so we need to keep that language, or maybe even strengthen it if you see some way to do that.
And Commissioner Cox, I'll answer your question. 30 years in public service, going on 31 years. If they don't get the answer they want, they're not happy. So when you tell people what they don't want, they're not happy.
I believe that.
And you're not going to satisfy everybody. It's impossible. But
it's like he said, the ones that the good stories we don't hear about. It's only the negative stuff that we hear about.
I
understand that.
I don't be around the bush people. I tell them exactly what it is. I don't make excuses up for what I do and how I do it.
All right, we're good for May. This is my third meeting today, so we're getting ready to hit high gear.
Enough time. Yeah. Get all this done. First meeting in May.
Yes.
Yep.
What are you laughing at?
12.
Everything is the only thing I'm saying.
I thought he took it.
The mic. Did you see the mic that was way up by Channel 8? That's a souvenir, man.
Don't count on me. I do have to be up at 6 though.
They're not.
Yeah, they're taking a vote tonight.
We're still in session. Take a 5 minute.
All right. Is it fair to assume that you'd like me to get through this as efficiently as I can?
You've earned it. Take your time.
All right. Good evening. I'm very happy to report that we are very much on schedule with our budget development and our 5-year plan development. And so this is the update on this. It really kind of serves as the preview for the budget recommendation that you'll receive from me in early May. So it's kind of a first look on that. We've over the last couple of weeks since your last meeting, we've accomplished a few more significant tasks. Those being a review of the opioid settlement funds budget, the fire district's budgets. We developed a real property capital improvement plan. And so that's incorporated into these plans as well. And a nice surprise that we got last week was that the school system provided us their recommendations or their ask as well. And we didn't really expect that to come that soon. And I just want to personally thank Dr. Rice and the school board for making that a priority, because they knew we were moving forward a little bit faster this year than we have previously, but they weren't necessarily synced up with that until they made it a priority here. And so They got us their request last week, and so that's incorporated into this review as well, with some recommendations, and I'll probably ask you for some guidance on where to go forward with regard to their request. All right, so this is what we're going to cover. We're going to cover the general fund, the school current expense fund, and the fire district funds. That's all for the FY26 budget, and then we'll review the 5-year financial forecasts for 3 different funds, and then review key upcoming dates. All right, for the general fund, the recommendation that we have pulled together calls for $73.13 million budget, which is 5% above the FY25 general fund budget. It's resourced by a property tax rate of 57 cents, which is a reduction of 10 cents from the current rate. And it's also a reduction of 1/2 penny from what we showed you at your last checkpoint on this. And that's a result of our continued review of departmental level budgets and what we've pulled together with regard to the updated fees and charges schedule as well. It includes $6.9 million of appropriated fund balance compared to $5.6 million in the adopted budget for FY25, and it expects an ending fund balance at the end of the year of 39.1% of budgeted expenditures, and that's after the budget to actual variance. The reality that sets in over the year. It includes completion of the new animal shelter. That's a carryover. As you all know, that's in this year's budget, but the reality is we're going to have to roll that funding forward to complete that project next year. We're replacing 1 ambulance. We have new transfer station scales in this year's recommended budget, and 3 new FTEs. And I can give you more detail on that later. With regard to the tax rate, as I've covered with you before, the revenue neutral rate calculates out to 54.1 cents. Then if you adjust that revenue neutral rate for the impacts of inflation over that same 4-year period, you can kind of look at the other bookend of just a little over 60.5 cents. And as I've suggested to you before, unless you're taking on something new and big, or there's something drastically different in the service portfolio that you're trying to resource for a given year, when you go through revaluation, you should be looking for the tax rate to be somewhere in between that range. And it certainly, the recommended budget or tax rate that we have here is within that range at 57 cents. The impact on our property owners at the proposed tax rate of 57 cents compared to the revenue neutral rate, the average property owner would pay $29 more per $100,000 in real property valuation if that property tax rate of 57 cents is adopted. This is what the revenue breakout looks like in this budget. 52% property taxes. That's very common in local governments, about 50, a little over 50%. And then you can see the next biggest chunk there is intergovernmental revenues, mostly sales tax there. Something happening with my formatting there. I don't know why it's not showing properly here, but I don't know if I have the right. The dark blue category is services, permits, and fees, so that's that fees and charges schedule related stuff. The light blue is other taxes and licenses at 14%. Fund balance appropriated is the green, that's at 9%, and then the other miscellaneous revenues are at 2%, that's small percent of the pie. We're looking at a projection of an increase of 10.1% in projected property tax revenue collected, and our budget assumes a 2% increase in sales tax revenues over what was adopted in the FY25 budget. We've also assumed a growth of a little over $400,000 in billed services, permits, and fees, and that's a result of that comprehensive review we did on the permits and fee schedule. And the net impact of that is that it shifts the burden from the general taxpayer to the folks that are actually using specific services and allows us to have a slightly lower tax rate. From the standpoint, again, this is not displaying properly for some reason, so I'm going to have to talk you through this. From the standpoint of our expenditures, you can kind of look at it two different ways. One is the type of expenditure, and in the green category, the green slice of the pie there is your salaries and benefits. That comes in at 40%. Operating and capital is the yellow or light brown there, and that's at 35%. And then the darker brown, reddish brown colored slice is the allocation that we make annually to the Stokes County schools, and that's 21%. The budget is built off an average merit pay increase of 2% plus a cost of living adjustment of 2.9%, and that's in accordance with the policy that you adopted last November. As I mentioned before, there are 3 new full-time equivalents, the first being an environmental health specialist, the second being a deputy Department of Social Services director, and half of that salary is paid by North Carolina, and then a training officer for our EMS department. You've also chosen to resource a 4th shift of paramedics, so we can switch from a 24 on, 40 off schedule to a 24 on, 72 off schedule. And it's important to note, particularly for the general public, we're paying for the same amount of work, right? Same number of hours of work. We're just spreading it across more employees. But it does come at a higher price tag because now you're paying benefits to more employees. So there is a cost associated with that. And then there's the 2.9% increase in school operating funding that's built into this, and more to follow on that. So I guess you can actually kind of read most of this. This is another way to look at expenditures, and this is by function. The biggest element there is public safety in the green. Health and human services and general government and education are all kind of comparably sized. And then you've got cultural and recreational in the light blue and administration in the dark blue.
That equals 99 cents, and then 1% is probably rounding errors or something, right? Do what?
Probably economic development.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because it shows 0% for economic development, so it's certainly rounding error in there. So
Okay.
yeah. Yep. Okay. Significant capital is included in the FY26 budget. I mentioned the animal shelter, and it's not actually in the budget because those funds will be rolled forward after you adopt the budget. But I wanted to make sure we called attention to that, particularly for the benefit of the public, so that they know that we're still definitely planning on completing that project and moving forward with those plans. We have, as I mentioned before, an ambulance replacement and a transport truck for our EMS supervisor and medical examiner transports. A solid waste transfer station scale replacement, as I mentioned before, and here's the real property capital improvement plan piece that's in the FY26 budget that we've developed, $110,000 for various components. All right, the school current expense fund. Okay, so if you look at that second column, the FY25 final budget, that's what you all as a board approved last year for the school, and those first three line items: county appropriations, fines and forfeitures, and Poplar Springs operating transfer from the 4-cent fund. Those are all the elements of the school's total requirement that come from county funding. And the first two come from the general fund, the third one comes from the 4-cent fund. I'm not sure the history of why we decided we're gonna fund operations for one particular school out of the 4-cent fund, which is otherwise dedicated to school capital, but the history is there. We can have a conversation, I'm sure, in the future about whether or not we want to continue to do it that way.
Jim, I think we did for Cytex too, out of that, or did we? We used to.
Not there, no.
Not there now?
No.
Because we're responsible for their operating costs, aren't we?
Yeah.
Each year.
Yeah.
But it's not out of this fund?
It's not out of the 4% fund.
Okay.
Yeah. Let's come back to that when we look at the 4% projection. Okay, so at the bottom line, though, you see what the school board's total requirement that you all signed on to last year was a little over $17 million. And then if you look at the FY26 request, they're saying $17.5 million. There's not a lot of growth there. What's different, though, or what jumped out at me when I saw this was that while the overall requirement isn't that much bigger, their ask from the county is, and that's because they have, in their request, they have chosen not to indicate an appropriation of fund balance in balancing their budget. So as you can see in FY25, balancing that budget required them to appropriate $1.8 million. That's that second from the bottom line. But this year, in at least their preliminary request, they're saying $0 of appropriated fund balance. Some appropriated fund balance is appropriate. As we've had conversations about in the past, reality sets in as you go out through the year, and it's very common that unless there's a significant shock to the system, things you didn't anticipate, your actual expenditures come in lower than your budgeted expenditures, and quite often your actual revenues come in higher than your budgeted revenues because you budgeted conservatively on both sides of that. And so some level of appropriated fund balance for their purposes is appropriate. They didn't choose to address that in their request. I think that our feedback to them should include a requirement for them to appropriate some amount of fund balance, and there may be some give and take about what that level is as we move forward. So I called attention to the fact that the total requirement they had in 26 was $17.5 million, and that was roughly a little over $555,000 greater than last year. And as part of that, they're asking for or forecasting a requirement for an increase in $908,000 for Stokes County paid salaries and benefits. And so the net result of that is, well, there's some savings in there somewhere, right? There are other, in the aggregate, the rest of their operating expenses they're projecting are going to be lower than what we budgeted for in the FY25 budget.
Say what you just said again about salaries and benefits. I might have zoned out for a second.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'll call your attention to the square at the bottom on the right-hand side of the slide.
Okay.
So it points to that number of $555,000, which is the difference between the 26 request and what was budgeted in 25, right? So this is looking at budgeted. This is revenues, right? So what's feeding into what they think their required revenues are is what are their expenditures? What do they think their expenditures are going to be? And so we have some of that data from them. And they are projecting a need for $908,000 more in Stokes County paid salaries and benefits than was paid in FY25.
Did you get any explanation for that yet?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, it's not. I don't have the details here, but I do plan to talk through some of that.
Okay. Go ahead.
So obviously, if $908,000 is a good deal more than $555,000. So in the rest of their operating expenses, the rest of their operating expenses are lower in 26, or what they project to be the requirement in 26, than it was in 25. And that's a good news story. I mean,
Right.
right?
Is that a result of closing schools?
Yeah. Closing schools, and there's some busing numbers in there, and there are several things. $908,000. That sounds like a lot of money. So then, when you peel that back and look at what their actual salary adjustments, what the actual salary adjustments are that they're contemplating, that's 5% for teachers and 3% for other folks. So it's not out of the ordinary. It's not inappropriate. And it comes up to a lot less than $908,000.
I got a question.
Yeah.
When you say that, are you talking about the local supplement? They want to increase that
That's right, yeah.
from 4.5 to 5? Is it not currently 4.5%? I mean,
I've not seen it expressed as a percent.
that's how it's allocated from us. I mean, when we have upped it before,
Yeah.
I mean, we usually do like a percent, not a dollar amount. It's
What I have from them shows just the difference by category of employee of what was allocated last year, total raw dollar amounts, versus what they project the requirement to be this year.
Are they saying they think the state is going to do that increase, and they're compensating for what they think the state's going to increase it to?
No, this is on our side.
This is local supplement. So
Local
they're asking
supplement.
for an increase in the local supplement.
That's right.
Okay. Just making it clear as mud.
So but when you total up the impact of a 5% increase on the teacher side and the 3% increase on other school system employees, it doesn't come up to $908,000. And so there's more going on here. And the more going on here is that they still don't have reliable data from the state on what the state's going to meet on part of the
They're not gonna
matching
know that.
requirement. So,
They may not know that when school starts in September.
well, I think I recall hearing that they expect to have that information in about a month. So,
Depends on what the legislature does.
yeah.
Be a new record.
Yeah.
All right. So, all of that to say, as I mentioned before, there ought to be some fund balance appropriated in their ask, and that $555,000 is I mean, they're hedging their bet. They're assuming a little bit of the worst case here on what our requirement is going to be here. In many cases, it sounds like, and so I think that our feedback to them should be that we will fund them at the 2.9% increase that we had been forecasting previously. And that's the numbers that you see in the far right column. And that would require them, that would leave them with a requirement to appropriate $1.9 million in fund balance if their total requirement is in fact $17.5 million, but it may come in lower than that. And if it comes in lower than that, then they have to appropriate less fund balance. And we can take this, at least as a start point for our conversation.
That's fine. Starting point.
Does that all sound reasonable to you all, or first time you've seen this? So,
Yeah.
okay.
How much fund balance do they have? Did they say 3.6?
At the end of last year,
They have 3.6.
they had 3.6. This is as a result of their audit. They had $3.6 million at the end of, so in July 1st of 2024, they had $3.6 million. I don't know what's happened since then. So they had to appropriate $1.8 million. I mean, did they come out on the plus side or the negative side when all is said and done? I don't know. The year before they appropriated $1 million, which is significantly less than $1.8 million, and the net result at the end of the year was they added $420 $1,000 to fund balance. So if I'm just reading the tea leaves on these numbers, it looks like, they're going to come in pretty close to 3.6 million at the end of this year, maybe slightly below. But I don't know what numbers they're looking at from the standpoint of their budget execution this year. All right, fire district funds. As I mentioned before, we had the opportunity to review all of these. We did get requests. I'm going to start with Rural Hall because last year when we raised the rate for all the other districts in the county, we went to 10%, 10 cents across the board, with the exception of Rural Hall because they just didn't ask. And so this request or this suggestion levels the playing field, if you will, and treats all of our taxpayers the same and says 9 cents across the board. So why 9 cents? You can see the revenue neutral rates for the various districts there. They all come in, around 8 cents for the folks that were at 10 before. And if you do a CPI adjustment, you're up closer to 9 cents. What we got from the Fire Commission, based on the feedback from the various fire departments, was a request that on the revenue side was very close to 9 cents. And it incorporated some plans to try to address the responsiveness problem or shortfall that we have across the board in a non-uniform across the board way, by adding funding to the various departments for paid staffing. And in some cases it was a little bit of part-time staffing, in some cases it was full-time staffing, and sometimes some of it was a mix, but it wasn't uniform. And so what we went back to them was we asked them to go back and look at what's the uniform funding potential solution to this. And again, we might learn more as we continue to have this dialogue. But so we said, so 9 cents. Now tell us what the uniform application of the additional funding would be to try to address the responsiveness challenges we have with paid staffing. What would that look like? And we want to do it in a way that ensures that the additional funding gets used for its intended purpose. And so we've developed a mechanism to do that. We think that sounds pretty reliable, and it's kind of a revolving funding thing where at the beginning of the year we deposit 2 months of full, if you will, salaries and benefits funds into each of the department's accounts. And at the end of each month, they tell us how much they spent, and we reimburse them the amount that they spent. And so if at the end of the year we haven't spent it all, then we have this money that's available to go back and start and apply to, reducing the capital burden across the board, which is an effort that we've been that's been underway for a couple of years now, I think. So.
Who will handle that, Jeff?
I'm sorry?
Who will handle that?
The disbursement, our finance department.
So I won't.
It's a little extra workload, but it's really, it's what? How many departments are there? It's on the order of 10 new transactions every month.
You told Tammy yet? She looks surprised.
We had an extra penny last year when we went up to 10, and they were going to do something with that extra penny.
It was to try. We pulled it aside. We pulled it out, and we said we're going to use that for, whatever methodology we come up with to address this staffing challenge, or to deal with the responsiveness
Still going to
problem.
be used for that.
Sorry.
Still going to be used for that.
Well.
Or was it held?
It's right now. It's still kind of held in fund balance, and to be. Fully transparent, the request we got from the Fire Commission was to go to 8.3 cents, the revenue neutral rate, right? But give us that 1 penny for this year that you saved from last year, right? Mm-hmm. And it will allow us to do this to put in place this new staffing model. Mm-hmm. that we want to do. The problem with that is the funding runs out after a year, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So if we want to build something that's sustainable, then we're talking about 9 cents going forward. So,
Yeah, that makes sense.
okay. So does this sound reasonable to you all as well? Okay. 5-year financial forecasts. So we build these to make sure that we can maintain a healthy financial position going forward, not just looking at the current budget year, but making sure we're putting in, plans in place that can sustain themselves over the longer term. And the term we choose to look at is 5 years. And over that 5-year period, we're looking to make sure that we keep our fund balance up above your policy minimum, which is 30%. And we want to keep our debt service ratio below 10%. It incorporates all anticipated and planned staffing changes. It incorporates planned projects and operating cost changes resulting from those projects over the 5-year horizon. It includes capital improvement plan and operating cost changes resulting from projects. Some key assumptions. The plan assumes a 3.1% annual growth in real and personal property tax base, plus some key anticipated projects that most of us are aware of that are on the horizon out there. 3.1% has been our historical growth rate over about the last 10 years, so that's what's built into this model. It assumes a 2% cost of living increase after the 26 budget year that we're building. We know that was built based on a 2.9% increase, because that was the actual measured inflation at the end of December. And it also has the average of 2% merit that's in accordance with your policy. It's all built into these projections. It assumes a 2% annual inflationary increase in operating costs, and it assumes that each year we're going to come in at 101% of budgeted revenues, and we're going to come in at 91% of budgeted expenditures. You may or may not recall, in previous iterations of this 5-year forecast that I've showed you, we were assuming 81% of budgeted expenditures, and that was based off historical performance. But you may also recall that in my last conversation with you about the budget, I let you know that we took some of the air out of the department budget request. There were a few key areas where we were budgeting a lot higher on the revenue side and also on the expenditure side for things that we weren't going to be spending that money, right? So I'll call it air. We took it out of the air. The result, though, is that we had to go back and tighten up our assumptions on with regard to our budgeted expenditures. So we did that just to make sure that we have a better projection going forward. Significant projects, plans, and initiatives. None of this is new. This is what we've showed you previously. There's the compression fix that starts in 26 and goes forward. There's that EMF staffing requirement that I talked about before. Updating the 2035 plan. That we talked about the 2035 plan earlier today. Tonight, we have in this plan the opportunity to pursue an update to that in 2027. We talked about personal property tax compliance previously, not a big bill there. Developing and implementing annual resident survey. We're on our way with that one. I sent a very rough draft of a survey implement back to ETC earlier today, and as a reminder, we have a plan to finalize that by the end of this month. This plan calls for $1 million that is earmarked for potential completion of broadband expansion countywide ahead of the federal and state BEAD cycle, based on the guidance we got from you all in January. And that would be to all all sites that are approved for that extension of service. We've talked about needing more room for our DSS community and some other folks, and the possibility of adding a third floor under the DSS building on the DSS building, or finding another suitable location, either renovating or building a new location. But this plan earmarks $1.5 million for whatever that solution is going to look like. We talked about adding the Mountain View Road green box site in 2027. You see that figure there. Pretty significant bill to renovate the plumbing in the jail, and we have the expense associated with that spread out over 3 years from 2028 to 2030. Also in 2029, demolition of the Danbury School, once we find a suitable location for the folks that are currently housed there, and remodeling the King Health facility in 2027. And then there's that big bill out there that we've fortunately have found the resources to try to tackle, and that is building a new elementary school in 2029 that would enable consolidation of 2 or 3 of our existing schools that are underutilized into one newer, better facility. Staffing changes, I mentioned the 3 in 2026 previously, but in line with the guidance we got from you back in January, there's also a new animal wellness technician in 2027, and either a building inspector or a planner in 2027. Also, that we need to do to evaluate what's the better bang for the buck there, and how we spread out requirements and duties across the folks in the planning and inspections department. So here's the forecast. Very similar to what you've seen previously. Obviously, the tax rate's different, and the good news is we can hold it steady, 57 cents across the board for the next 5 years, and we get good results. And you'll see that on the next page. There's the increase of the 5 new FTEs shown there, going from 25 to 26 to 27. All right, and on the impact side, that first box on top, you're looking at what the impact is on our general fund balance at the end of each year. And, it's nice to see where it kind of, you're adding some one year, you come down a little bit, you add some one year. So, we got a pretty balanced model, I think, here. And, you look at it, we're losing ground in 26 and 27, and then we pick back up and more than make up for it in 28, 29, and 30. And then you can see what the ending fund balance and that percentage associated with that in the next box down. We're projected to end the 25 budget with 42.9. We dip a little bit in 26. We were projected to end at 42.9. 26, the biggest thing that's causing the drop is the decision you made to fund the animal shelter with cash instead of doing it with debt. But you see, going forward from there, we're maintaining a very solid fund balance percentage is well over your minimum. I mentioned before the capital improvement plan, and we have it pulled together. We have all the major building components associated with all of our facilities in this plan, and we have a plan for what to resource with regard to the highest priorities and biggest needs over the next 5 years, year by year. I was kind of conservative about that because we didn't really have these results yet until after we made those decisions. I would anticipate that if you all adopt this plan, and as we go forward and see how it actually plays out, I may come back to you with a request next year to accelerate some of that. I think all of you are very familiar with some of the real property maintenance deficiencies that we have across the board. There's a big bill out there to be paid eventually, and like I said, I budgeted for it kind of very conservatively over this 5-year horizon initially, but we've got some capacity there to address a bigger chunk of that. But I'd like to see how this plays out for 1 year before we take that on.
And then you can see from our standpoint of our leveraged position, our debt service requirement is very low. We're well below 10%, which is our policy maximum. The 4-cent fund, this has not changed from what I showed you in the previous engagement. Based on the guidance we got from you earlier, we held that tax rate steady at 4 cents. And as we've called attention to before, if things play out the way this looks in 29 and 30, a $50 million elementary school is putting us in a little bit of a bind here, but it doesn't mean we can't find a way out of it. I mean, the easiest way out of it from our standpoint is if the school system can get some grant funding that can offset some of that requirement. But there are other ways. We can extend the life of the loan, and maybe we find out the interest rates are lower when we get there. So there's a lot of time here. We're close. So as I recommended to you before, I think we should just go forward with this model and see how this plays out with the long-term plan and goal to resource that new elementary school in 29. So this is new. You haven't seen this before. The scope funding. This is the opioid funding, and I know all of you are familiar with this, but all of our residents and folks that might be watching may not be. It's a funding stream that started in 23, and it runs out in 39, and it's not the same amount every year. And so you see in the red box the 5 years we're looking at right now. It all looks pretty good. But the reality is, this model is, it's extended over the life of the settlement money funding, right? And all of these figures are built off the assumption that we don't do anything different than we're doing right now. So no new projects, no new, things we want to try to accomplish with this funding. And it shows us going zero balance in the last year. So I think that, philosophically, we're going to have some conversations going forward about, is this something we're going to want to transition long-term to being a tax burden on our taxpayers here in Stokes County, or is this more of a transient thing that should, fade out over time, or what are we going to do with this thing going forward? All right, and then key dates, as I mentioned before, plan to present the proposed budget on May 12th. We expect to have the full school budget by May 15th. We have scheduled with you half-day budget work sessions on May 22nd and 23rd, and we plan to do the public hearing on the 27th and hopefully have the budget adopted on June 9th.
That'd be a record.
We're doing the animal thing on that first meeting too in May, right?
I'm sorry?
Doing the animal thing that same night.
Yeah.
The fund balance you were talking about from the school system that you thought that they might have available, were you combining their capital and their current expense?
It's just the current expense fund balance.
And that's based off of something they gave you. Did they give you?
Based off their audit.
Their
we
audit.
have a copy of their audit, yeah.
Right. So in their audit, would they not have, like the fund balance, from what I remember being on school board, there's appropriated fund balance and then unencumbered, I guess, fund balance. And do you think that they have 3 or maybe 3.4, 3.6 or something in available, or is some of that is earmarked?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, that's a conversation we probably need to have with them.
Yeah.
For sure. And I don't know if you and Dr. Rice want to sit down and.
I feel pretty comfortable in saying that they have probably at least 1.8 million in unencumbered fund balance. Because they appropriated that last year.
Now, I've been on that side of the coin before, being a school board member for 15 years. They're not going to want to appropriate all of their fund balance to balance their budget.
And I'm not suggesting that they should. There's a big difference between 1.8 million and 3.6 million.
Right, and that's what I'm saying.
Every day.
If it's unencumbered, that's one thing, but if
Yeah.
it's earmarked, if it's already, that's a conversation y'all need to.
It's a valid point. They may have a sizable chunk of that they can't appropriate because it's
That's what
encumbered
I'm-
for something else, but until we give them the feedback, we
Right.
can't have the conversation, so.
I understand that. That's fine. I don't want to drag this out anymore. We got plenty of budget things coming up. Throwing that out there.
All right. Other questions?
No.
All right.
Thank you.
You got a Baptist meeting
Good question. Is the Waffle House still open?
Yeah. We're full of that.
Right. I'm gonna make a motion on the action that we approve the Stokes County fees and charges schedule.
All in favor? Do I hear a second? Second. Y'all sleep?
Just listening.
All in favor?
Aye.
Next is the Child Abuse Prevention Month.
My voice is about gone.
Mine too. I can't even.
Well, read it. Yeah, I can try to read it, but my voice is just.
I'm gonna let. My eyes are kind of.
We can't see or talk.
Child Abuse Prevention Month proclamation dated April 25, 2025. Whereas in calendar year 2024, 500 reports were made to Child Protective Services in Stokes County, and whereas child abuse and neglect is a serious problem affecting every segment of our community, and finding solutions requires input and action from everyone, and whereas our children are our most valuable assets and will shape the future of Stokes County, and whereas child abuse can have long-term psychological, emotional, and physical effects that have lasting consequences for victims of abuse, and whereas all children deserve to have a safe, stable, nurturing homes and communities they need to foster their healthy growth and development, whereas child abuse and neglect is a community responsibility affecting both the current and future quality of life of a community, whereas communities that provide parents with the social support, knowledge of parenting, and child development and concrete resources they need to cope with stress and nurture their children ensure all children grow to their full potential. And whereas effective child abuse prevention strategies succeed because of partnerships created among citizens, human services agencies, schools, faith communities, healthcare providers, civic organizations, law enforcement agencies, and business community. And whereas prevention remains the best defense for our children and families, therefore we, the Stokes County Board of Commissioners, do hereby proclaim April 2025 as Child Abuse Prevention Month in Stokes County, and call all citizens, community agencies, faith groups, medical facilities, elected leaders, and businesses to increase their participation in our efforts to support families, thereby preventing child abuse and strengthening the communities in which we live. Dated 14th day of April 2025.
Thanks, Rick. Proclamation recognizing national. Wait a minute. Do I need to get a motion?
I make a motion we approve the Child Abuse Prevention Month proclamation.
All in favor?
Aye.
We got another one coming this way. Proclamation recognizing National Public Safety Telecommunication Week. That's
I'll
got
give it my best shot. You want to read it? Unless you want to read it. Yeah, give it to Brad.
that's got Brad wrote all over it.
That's
I can see
right. My
recognized
voice is gone.
earlier.
Whereas emergencies can occur at any time that require police, fire, or emergency medical services, and whereas when an emergency occurs, the prompt response of police officers, firefighters, and paramedics is critical to the protection of life and preservation of property, and whereas the safety of our police officers and firefighters is dependent upon the quality and accuracy of information obtained from citizens who telephone the Stokes County Emergency Communications Center, and whereas public safety telecommunicators are the first and most critical contact our citizens have with emergency services, and
Whereas public safety telecommunicators are the single vital link for our police officers and firefighters by monitoring their activities by radio, providing them information, ensuring their safety. And whereas public safety telecommunicators of Stokes County Emergency Communications Center have contributed substantially to the apprehension of criminals, suppression of fires, and treatment of patients. And whereas each dispatcher has exhibited compassion, understanding, and professionalism during the performance of their job in the past year, therefore be it resolved that the Stokes County Board of County Commissioners declares the week of April 13th through 19th, 2025 to be National Public Safety Telecommunicators Week in Stokes County in honor of the men and women whose diligence and professionalism keep our city and citizens safe. Signed this 14th day, April 2020.
We hear a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
The last item is the text amendment request for the zoning ordinance. We moved it to action for tonight.
Okay, to
Not the
text.
solar farm, the text.
Nuclear text amendment.
Yeah,
Yes.
just that part, not the solar.
I make a motion we approve the text amendment.
Second.
Since this was set up as a discussion topic instead of an action agenda, the only reason that it should be moved to an action agenda is if there's a time sensitive something happening that requires that change to happen during the meeting, because this was thrown out there as a discussion agenda, so people may have not shown up today would really be concerned about it.
Number one, you're totally talking out of line. So, do I hear a motion to
I made a motion, it's been seconded.
Yep.
All in favor?
Aye.
Amber, take us to closed session.
To consult with an attorney employed or retained by the public body in order to preserve the attorney-client privilege between the attorney and the public body, which privilege is hereby acknowledged pursuant to General Statute 143-318.11A3.
Motion, make a motion we go into closed.
All in favor? Aye. Aye.
Make a motion to adjourn.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.